ደስታ መች ፈቅደ ንጹህ ነው አልከኝ ይህን ቀን ወደ ተገኝተ አንተ ፍጹም ነህ የክፋት ደስታን መች ፈቅደ ንጹህ ነው አልከኝ ይህን ቀን ወደ ተገኝተ የዛሬው ልዩ ቀን ቢደገም ቀን በቀን የዛሬው ልዩ ቀን ቢደገም ቀን በቀን ልዩ ዛሬ ልዩ ለት ደስ የሚል ሆኖ ሳገኘው ሁሌ ይሄ ቀን በሆነ ብዬ ተመኘው ዛሬ ልዩ ለት ደስ የሚል ሆኖ ሳገኘው ሁሌ ይሄ ቀን በሆነ ብዬ ተመኘው ደስ የሚል አንድ ቀን ጊዜ ልዩ ቀን ደስ የሚል አንድ ቀን ጊዜ ልዩ ቀን የዛሬው ልዩ ቀን ቢደገም ቀን በቀን ደስ የሚል አንድ ቀን ጊዜ ልዩ ቀን የዛሬው ልዩ ቀን ቢደገም ቀን በቀን የዛሬው ልዩ ቀን ቢደገም ቀን በቀን
Thank you, Smithy. Appreciate you.
ልዩ ቀን ነው ልዩ ደስታን መች ፈቅደ ንጹህ ነው አልከኝ የቀን ወደ ተገኝተ የዛሬው ልዩ ቀን ቢደገም ቀን በቀን የዛሬው ልዩ ቀን ቢደገም ቀን በቀን ልዩ 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 ቀን ነው ልዩ 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 ደስ የሚል ቀን ነው ልዩ ዛሬ ልዩ ለት ደስ የሚል ሆኖ ሳገኘው ሁሌ ይሄ ቀን በሆነ ብዬ ተመኘው ዛሬ ልዩ ለት ደስ የሚል ሆኖ ሳገኘው ሁሌ ይሄ ቀን በሆነ ብዬ ተመኘው ደስ የሚል አንድ ቀን ጊዜ ልዩ ቀን ደስ የሚል አንድ ቀን ጊዜ ልዩ ቀን የዛሬው ልዩ ቀን ቢደገም ቀን በቀን ደስ የሚል አንድ ቀን ጊዜ ልዩ ቀን የዛሬው ልዩ ቀን ቢደገም ቀን በቀን የዛሬው ልዩ ቀን ቢደገም ቀን በቀን ልዩ 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 ቀን ነው ልዩ 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 ደስ የሚል ቀን ነው ልዩ አንተ ፍጹም ነህ የክፋት ደስታ መች ፈቅደ ንጹህ ነው አልከኝ የቀን ወደ ተገኝተ አንተ ፍጹም ነህ የክፋት ደስታን መች ፈቅደ ንጹህ ነው አልከኝ የቀን ወደ ተገኝተ የዛሬው ልዩ ቀን ቢደገም
You wanna know who I am?
የዛሬው ልዩ ቀን ቢደገም
You wanna know who I am? This is all I have to tell you. I am the one-armed man.
ልዩ 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 ቀን ነው ልዩ 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 ደስ የሚል ቀን ነው ልዩ ዛሬ ልዩ ለት ደስ የሚል ሆኖ ሳገኘው ሁሌ
I am the one-armed man, and I've been trying to warn you. I've been trying the best that I can, but all I could do is yell, and you won't hear me. I demand something of this chat. I demand something of you. What if you just heard what I said and didn't make any assumptions about what it meant? What if you proceed with the hope, with the faith that somehow and in some way it will all make sense? Thank you, Janar. I just watched the movie today, and actually, it's the first time I watched the movie. I don't know why I never got around to it, but I watched it today because on the theme of American patriotism and what it means to be an American. So I watched this film. I watched Fire Walk with Me by David Lynch, which was supposed to be a prequel to Twin Peaks. And it's probably the most beautiful movie I've seen all year. Maybe if not in years. Thank you so much, Smithy. Thank you so much, Smithy. Appreciate you so much. Easily probably the most beautiful film I've seen in years and years. And I don't know if you guys don't realize this, but David Lynch is on our side. He is more based than you can possibly imagine, and he has to hide a lot in public. He has to conceal what he really thinks about this country and what his real views are. But you need to understand that that guy's on our side. Probably, if not even more, right? That dude and Mark Frost probably. I don't know what's up with Mark Frost, but both of them see things in a way that, yeah, they're looking at it from our perspective. And it's so weird because I used to kind of struggle watching Twin Peaks of like, you know, thinking about, oh, what does this mean? What's the meaning of this? And trying to like, you know, connect dots and things like that. But especially after doing this streaming shit and becoming a public figure and all that, I 100% understood that whole film from start to finish. There's not one part of that film that didn't make sense to me. And as a matter of fact, it's almost like there was a little too much exposition sometimes. But the film made so much fucking sense to me. Absolutely every part of that film was 100% clear to me. 100% clear. And it's so weird because I've always said America is the place that the East and the West can finally converge, right? And this film was such a huge example of that to me. Or David Lynch's films in general, but this one in particular was for me. Just such a huge example of that. And it's so weird because the things that pop out are the things that drive the things that pop out into my head and stick in my head when I was watching that film are the things through the use of symbolism. Like, it just stuck. It wasn't like a meaningless comment, you know? It's when the main character, or the focus character, Laura Palmer, when she was sitting with her best friend or whatever on the couch, and her friend was like, if you were falling in empty space, do you think you'd go faster or you'd eventually slow down? And she was like, you'd keep going faster and faster. And something like, until you realize all the angels have left you. And then you combust into flames. Something like that. Like, it's too late. You just combust into flames. And angels aren't watching you anymore. Like, all the angels have left you, pretty much. And to me, that's like what sums up the entire film. That's what the whole film is about, pretty much. And that's what makes sense of every single part of that film. But I think it's relevant because a lot of the times I feel like I'm getting gaslighted into thinking I'm an asshole, right? Because of the way I antagonize the American left. And sometimes, like, am I the asshole? Am I the baddie? Like, am I just doing this to be an asshole and I'm a bad person? And that all these people are good people and, like, maybe I'm just a villain and I'm a bad guy? But I don't know, it's like watching that film really reminded me about why I'm coming at it from the angle that I am and why I'm doing this. Because I feel like leftists don't know what it's like to be abandoned by all the angels. I think they try to lie to you and gaslight you about that feeling of abandonment. Just, there's absolutely no way to make sense of what's going on in your life. Not even just you personally, but maybe if you just think about it in terms of the American working class. They've been abandoned by angels, you know? There's no one to make sense of what's going on to them or for them. And they're left just in this kind of silence where they have to find ways of escaping what's going on. You know, specifically like opiates are a big example of that, you know? Whenever it's just this leftist discourse, just this discourse these people have where they just chatter and talk and talk and talk and try to superimpose and stretch and force so much, you know, meaning on the world and on people's lives. When there's nothing, you know, it's like there's nothing there. There's absolutely nothing there. And it's gotten to a point where these leftists, you know, you have the working people of this country addicted to opiates, absolutely abandoned and alone. And the left doesn't know when to just stop and be like, you're beating a dead horse, attacking them, you know? It's like they just keep on attacking and attacking and attacking. And they keep forcing and forcing and forcing and trying to strangle reality with their limited sense of meaning and language and discourse. And it's gotten to a point where they're torturing people, basically, right? They're part of that torture that the American people are facing. You know, one of the most important parts or aspects of that film for me was like, if you don't understand what she said, that all the angels have left you, I would never be able to relate to you as a human being. If you don't know what she meant by that, like, it's not a discourse. You know what I mean? It's not an activist cause or a discourse to organize around and you know, cope about and deny and fucking lie to yourself about. You really do have to just you have to acknowledge like the gravity of that, you know? But you know, David Lynch, the way he makes films is it's about what this country is and it's about, right? Just spiritually. And he's dealing with this unique American nihilism, right? Where we're pragmatists in America. We just care about what works, right? And we don't force meaning on things. We let things just work organically and authentically. And that's actually why I think the US is like a point of conversion between the East and the West, because it's not a coincidence that Lynch is so into Buddhism and whatever, because the Eastern mentality is also like that. The Eastern mentality views the way the Western Cartesian mind tries to, you know, premise being by means of the limited sense of rationality as a vain project, right? There's something in the real itself. There's an objective thing in the real that's beyond us as individuals that just is there and in a sense just does just work, right? And Lynch isn't exactly saying that, but he's more so opening this space of ambiguity, right? Where we can just not force some kind of meaning on reality, and we can hope or at least allude to the possibility that a new sense of meaning can arise out of reality authentically and organically. But in order to do that, you have to confront reality and you have to let it speak for itself. And you have to embrace it in all its evil and darkness and depravity. You have to understand that comes first. You can't keep lying to yourself and trying to create an insulated community that's bubbled in from the world, where you just lie to yourself about the fundamental evil of this world. You have to really let the evil itself speak and speak for itself. And I don't even know if you can call it evil. Maybe you can just call it chaos, or maybe you could just call it darkness, or maybe you could just call it nothingness, you know? And what if there's a corner of reality? What if there's a part of reality where there is no discourse, right? Where you don't have anything to talk about or to describe because you're just fundamentally alone. Just fundamentally alone. I think the point is, what if there's an aspect of reality that's not covered by the discourse and can't be covered by the discourse because it precedes discourse and comes before discourse? And that's the reality that these DSA people and these leftists are calling fascist and toxic and chauvinist. Because they're denying any acknowledgement of it in the first place. They have to superimpose it with ideals and ideologies. And I think that's what the left's relation to the working class of this country really is. I think they don't want to accept the working class for what it is. I think they want to create an ideal working class in their heads. And the people more likely to conform to that ideal are the people who lie to themselves for a living and perform instead of act authentically as part of their job, aka professionals. Because they don't want to accept the working class for what it is. I really, really feel bad for these lefty people, because I don't think they'll ever have a sense of just the beauty of being able to be reconciled with that. If you really understand how much you don't know about people and the people, you'll see there's so much novelty and so much wealth there that you're not even acknowledging. Like this guy in chat, Grizz C. Bear. He's embedded in this discourse and he can't escape it. He's not at peace. If you lock this guy in a room by himself and told him he's alone, and there's no Twitter and there's no community and there's nobody he can cope about reality to, this person would break like a sugar cube in the rain. He has to rely on the discourse to make himself feel better. And that's why I consider these people satanic. I consider these people fundamentally evil and fundamentally satanic. Because not only are they denying that there's a part of reality that's ambiguous, not only are they denying that there's a part of reality that's not consolidated, and which is the source of reality itself, they're actively trying to deny it. They're actively trying to crucify any expression of it. You need that sense of community? No, you don't need that sense of community. What if I told you that being part of a discourse is the root of all fucking evil, huh? What if I told you that worshiping discourse, worshiping the reflection of one word to another, one idea to another, instead of forcing yourself to confront an idea's real material origins on its own terms? What if I told you that's the source of all evil in this world? The recursion of deferring to others instead of confronting the source of meaning independently and in solitude. No, All of you are wrong in the chat, trying to make sense of what I'm saying. There's no discourse for you to bounce off of. There's no meaning for you to rely on. What am I saying? I'm saying I'm the one-armed man. I'm trying to convey something to you that can't be conveyed through this medium. This is a medium that's inherently bounded up with the illusion that you're not alone, and that I'm talking to you right now, and that I'm here with you, and that we're part of some kind of discourse, and we're talking together, and we're speaking together, and that everything I'm saying is loaded with the intentionality of trying to respond to a definite audience and just seek attention from people. What if I just wanted to address the source of speech itself? What if I didn't want to talk to anyone or give you a message or signal anything to you? What if I just wanted you to think about it alone? We're not together. And that's what the one-armed man is. The one-armed man driving in his car, and he's yelling at Laura Palmer and her father, and he's doing it in vain. He's doing it through a medium that's not possible. He's embodied in this world. So the real meaning or the real consequences of what he's trying to say, to tell them and warn them about, is just not possible to convey. Because he's approaching them in a car and they're thinking in terms of like, oh, this is a person in a car. What do they want from me? What are they saying? It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. That's what I'm doing now. Honestly, it's the ending of the film that really proves to me that David Lynch is way, way more based than anybody realizes. Like, when I say based, he might even be a right-winger of some kind. I don't know, but he's based no matter what. He is fundamentally a populist. David Lynch is fundamentally an American populist. And the reason I'm telling you he's a populist is this. I'll prove it to you in 2 seconds. So at the end of Fire Walk with Me, Laura is eventually killed, right? She's brutally murdered. And you see her in the... It's hard to explain it to you because a lot of people have this metaphysical interpretation of Twin Peaks where like, oh, the Black Lodge and the spirits, and they're reading too much into it. And they don't really understand how that world is meant to come together, right? They think that it's like, oh, it's supernatural, or it's not true. You really just have to suspend, you know, your neurotic compulsion to force meaning, right? So she's in this just, let's just say like afterlife, right? Because maybe that'll be a good word to describe it. And eventually she's looking at this blue light, like the same one that she looked at earlier in the film. It's hard to explain it to you. And there is actually an angel, right? She actually sees an angel. And that is a really, really groundbreaking way of ending the fucking film. Because what Lynch is basically saying is that in the moment where it seems to you that all the angels have abandoned you, right? Where it's just, how could it possibly be that that angels could survive this or withstand this? They've all abandoned you, right? You're left completely alone to combust. And it's called Fire Walk With Me because you're just become fire, right? You become just this endless combustion, right? So the fact that at the ending there's an angel there, right? And she's looking at an angel. Let me put it this way, right? It's the same idea that, think about all the unspeakable things that happen on Epstein's Island, right? Imagine then you find out the whole time he was being caught in 4K. That's what it means. Like, wow, that has implications, right? And for there to be an angel there when all the angels were supposed to have abandoned her in her mind means, I interpret it as it has revolutionary consequences, you know, for our world. What are angels? I would interpret angels as recognition, right? Just this minimal ability to be recognized by some kind of other, and for someone to give you meaning, or to just, you know how they say angels are watching you? It means like whatever you're going through, there's some light at the end of the tunnel, or there's people for whom this makes sense, right? Maybe if doesn't make sense to you, it makes sense to someone else, right? You can look at it that way. But the basic idea is this. All of those people who have been, let's say this is the populist implication, right? This is like the populist implication of what he was saying. All the people who are left behind and abandoned by institutions, they may not be consolidated by these institutions, right? Angels have all fled and abandoned them. But the fact that there's an angel there basically means that there's, if you want to look at it like in a Maoist way or whatever, it's like there's a party of a new type. There's going to be some kind of way in which this contradiction is going to have consequences and implications for the world. Like this, people left behind by history and by the institutions, and who are fundamentally irredeemable and deplorable, those people are going to be recognized in some kind of way, right? And also, the evil and the crimes of the ruling class, right, are going to be exposed in some kind of way. Like, now we can see you. Does that make sense? This is not, maybe that's not his intention for the ending, but he does it so you're supposed to interpret it in your own way. And that's how I interpret it. And that's why I think he's a populist, right? He's saying that, yes, there's a dirty, scandalous part of our reality that the media and the mainstream society and the voices that are, the popular voices and the discourse, they are not able to make sense of it, or they're not talking about it, right? And that alone is like an extremely scandalous, groundbreaking, and fundamentally revolutionary insight. And that's also how I've been thinking about the general strike, and why it is that lefties are so hostile to the general strike and this idea of the general strike. And the reason is because the general strike is going to tap into a part of the population, the majority, the actual working people of this country, that have been completely neglected and left behind and completely abandoned by the left. And when that tsunami and that hurricane of the people is tapped into and is unleashed, these leftists are fucking scared shitless of their judgment. They're scared absolutely shitless of, like, what are the consequences that has for them. They're so used to being able to fucking control people and create a base, a fake artificial Potemkin village base of the working class that is 100%, always already reflexive and institutionally consolidated. And a general strike is going to create a circumstance of chaos, fundamental chaos, that is beyond the sphere of their control and their planning. And they are scared of their inability to withstand the real. They know that they can only fucking support and sustain their existence on a mountaintop of lies, right? But what if they were actually thrown into the wilderness of reality? But they think reality's fundamentally evil. They think reality's bad and evil, and that they need some kind of fucking shelter to save themselves from it. To me, I stand by the general strike, and I'm with the general strike, because that's the only way we're gonna actually rekindle a connection with this country's working people as communists. We have to believe in the general strike. We have to talk about the general strike. It happened in France last year. It happened in India. You're seeing the John Deere workers go on strike. You're seeing resistance against the vaccine mandates. This fucking country is ripe for a general strike, for a nationwide general strike. Yeah, the union leader of Kellogg's endorsed the general strike. That's what these people fear. A general strike is going to... It's going to be a fucking tsunami. It'll be a hurricane, which will wipe all of these fucking leftists out of their fucking relevancy. Yeah, the labor shortage is already an unofficial mini general strike. A general strike's one of the only things that can happen that's going to unleash and reveal the power of the American working class. Keep in mind, we don't have a lot of signifiers or phenomena in this country that reminds us that we are a working class, right? What better than a general strike is going to remind us of the combined power of labor in this country? That's what happened in France. One of the biggest achievements of the past 5 years for Western socialism or communism was the yellow vest. And one of the reasons it was is because the yellow vest became a signifier for the working class. We didn't really used to have those. It became a signifier for the united working class in the contemporary age. Now people may say, oh, what about red flags and stuff? No, those have been co-opted. The yellow vests emerged as a symbol of the real working class. Without any prior political whatever assumptions, there is a working class of this country, right? To me, the way I think about it is that a general strike or some kind of equivalent to the Yellow Vest movement in America will be the raw material out of which a working class third party will be able to base its genesis and its existence upon, right? If we can have a general strike, then the American working class as a class will reveal its existence to this country. It'll be a distinct working class that unifies the American people, right? Because the American people are now all but synonymous with the working class. The American people acting as a working class, getting by on their daily grind, day in and day out, finally fucking united as a working class. That's what the fucking general strike means. That's what a general strike means, right? Yeah, they can only imagine a revolution that has already been set in motion and achieved its own formalization. Exactly, they need to formalize it before it even gets off the fucking ground. People ask me questions like, what's gonna happen if there's a general strike? How are we gonna pay for things? How are we gonna have childcare? We have to build a new society before. No, you go first! That's what it means to have faith, right? That's what it means to be acknowledging the fact that you are falling in empty space and you're going faster and faster, even while it appears that all the angels are fleeing you and abandoning you. I see this general strike thing that's going around. This is really what's going to separate the real left from the fake one, right? I used to say there is no American left, but now I'm starting to have second thoughts. Now I'm starting to think about the fact that we do kind of have an American left. We do have a American left of some kind. It's the Jimmy Dore left. It's the people who are involved in the General Strike Summit. That is a real American left. Those are real leftists. Those are actually real leftists. Yes, have faith, but scores of people will die. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, dude. Since when are you the fucking president of this country, overseeing the management of this country? You're trying to act like... This is what I fucking hate about people, is leftists fucking govern for the state. They govern for the state. No. That's what fucking the cucks did trying to stop Lenin when the revolution came around. They were going, no revolution, because if a revolution happens, this is what the fucking Kautsky social democrat pieces of shit trying to fucking tell Lenin. Don't do it now. It'll be really dangerous and catastrophic, and there's gonna be a lot of bad things that are gonna happen. You're governing for the ruling class. You cuck. The goal is to seize power. The goal is to create power for the people. And that does fucking mean you risk it all. You fucking pussy. Shoot yourself in the fucking foot before it's even possible. We don't have any fucking working class power in this fucking country. And you want to shoot yourself in the fucking foot because you're fucking worried about the future. Don't fucking worry about the fucking future. You act like you're in power and you fucking do the job of the people in power for what? Imagine if you're in a video game, you're in prison, right? And there's a possibility of a prison break. And some cuck prisoner goes, no, we're not going to do this prison break because even when we escape jail, we're going to have problems out in society. But you have freedom! You'll have the freedom to deal with those problems. You're doing the job of the guards for them. Who needs guards when we have cooks like you? Who the fuck needs guards when we have cooks like you trying to shoot us in the foot before we even have the freedom to deal with it as a problem? You know what I mean? Who needs guards when we have cooks like you? Just cooking yourself when you didn't even fucking have to. Hassan's scared shitless of a fucking general strike. We all know he is. We all know Hassan's scared of one. And why wouldn't he be scared of one, huh? He has every fucking reason in the world to be terrified of a general strike. He would lose his clout. He would lose his fucking credibility. He would lose his influence. Nobody would fucking watch him anymore. What are you fucking talking about? Why don't you take a day off? I'm fucking so sick of these left-wing dumbasses coming and being like, how are you gonna pull off a general strike? As if the context for this talk of a general strike is people deciding there should be one from scratch and just trying to implement one out of their ass. You fucking idiot! Workers around this fucking country have been going on strike. The mainstream media has been talking about the possibility of a fucking general strike. It happened in France last year. It happened in India last year. There is no fucking awareness. They're so fucking out of touch with what the reality is right now. There's a fucking labor market shortage right now. The country is being fundamentally transformed on every fucking level with the rise of Amazon. It's completely disrupting all aspects of economic life. We're fucking looking at supply chain disruptions and shortages in basic goods, and you're sitting here talking to me about how are you gonna pull off a general strike? What if I'm just entertaining the possibility that there will be one? How are you gonna react to a general strike when it happens? That's the fucking question. Probably will happen. You don't fucking have control and choice over how this is gonna fucking work. You don't just decide, you don't just wake up and decide one day that there should be a strike. It's just that the conditions in America right now indicate a phenomena like that being able to take off and kick off from the ground. You don't get to decide the terms and conditions of what that's going to be like either. That's the thing. Yeah, let's plan the strike democratically. That's what I fucking mean. Talking about this dumb shit. People are fucking trying to understand. Or they're not understanding, I should say.
Mais j'y vois clair et la pluie. Der Regen wäscht uns von allen Sünden. La vie est flamme, mon amour.
Guys, none of these people will ever get in VC. Yo, Jackson's got a bombshell report too, by the way. Remember his tweet about the professional managerials? And the Wikipedia article about professional managerials, he got some of it from? That Wikipedia article, the day later, was edited by someone who is probably government. Just like, it's like a Philip Cross Wikipedia editor that edits like every single day and in a way that's not possible for a human being. Just one human being. So their eyes are on us, I hope you know. And, you know, if you're starting to notice, tweets from like 100 follower accounts that screenshot my tweets go kind of viral nowadays. Like, they get like 10,000 likes or whatever. I don't think that's organic. I don't think that's organic. I just don't think it's organic. I really do think that there's some interference going on where it's like, stage one, let's just try to discredit this guy and completely make him look bad on social media. And then step two is probably like shadow banning me or whatever. But, you know, yeah, center, left, right on Wikipedia, and they actually edit more than Philip Cross. Target Myanmar, Taiwan, Yeonmi Park, Rohingya, all really, yeah, 100 fucking percent government shit. And they're probably doing it because they're trying to prevent an awakening of working class consciousness in this country. And they're terrified, and for good reason. They're probably absolutely terrified about the possibility of a nationwide general strike from ever happening. Because the first prerequisite for something like that, which will fundamentally stop the economy, is working class people realizing who they are. Saying, hey, you know, the reason Trump's movement got so much flack from the media was not because of the racism or the non-political correct stuff. You know, it wasn't because of that. Barry Weiss and the dark, intellectual dark web people do the same shit. They don't really come under flack. Those University of Austin people. Steven Pinker is beloved by the mainstream media, and that guy is peddling a revived form of scientific racialism and racism, right? And he has literally racist theories that he calls scientific. They don't have a problem with that guy. They had a problem with Trump because it was a very primitive form of working class consciousness or false consciousness, which nonetheless united the working class of this country. In some manner, not all of them, but it united like a significant portion of the working class in this country, so much so that they have come to acquire self-recognition through Trump. Yeah, rural and working class has become pretty much synonymous in this day and age. They've become all but synonymous, right? There's no real clear distinction between rural people and working class people in this day and age.
Le ciel est noir, mon ami, mais j'y vois clair et la pluie.
Last year, left Twitter was all for a general strike, but it's people like, well, no, it's just the time has changed. It's a different time because you saw how the John Deere people are on strike, and you seeing the strikes that are happening because of vaccine mandates. So now left Twitter is like, oh, hold on. A strike is going to awaken the deplorables and not the baristas and Google tech workers. So we actually don't like general strikes anymore because now we realize the people it's going to empower are toxic and deplorable bad people. The DSA's angle with this is basically like, oh, before we think about general strikes, let's make sure that the only people participating are non-toxic and agree with us ideologically, and we have them trained ideologically. Hassan went against them? Of course he did. Of course Hassan went against them. Yeah, whether it's force the vote or the general strike, you are noticing the pattern of the real left in America taking shape. And this real left does resemble the left around the world way more than this fake CIA, whatever, synthetic left we have. I want you guys to hold fast and have faith. Just have faith. It seems bad right now. Maybe from where you're sitting. Like on Twitter. Oh, all the left on Twitter is against Haas and they're always attacking Haas. Don't worry, dude. Just look at Jimmy Dore's people and his following. Sometimes I talk to Jackson about the American left, and he used to be surprised to me because he's so used to that sphere in that corner of the internet, and it's almost like they're bigger than the American left, right? The Jimmy Dore crowd who are for the General Strike Summit. That's a huge part of the online politics sphere, or the politics sphere in general in real life. It encompasses so many people, really authentic leftists, right? Actual authentic leftists. Yeah, he gets hundreds of thousands of viewers, but it's not just Jimmy Dore, it's all the people he's allying with right now, right? You have to understand, hold fast, because we are the normal ones here, right? He represents the progressive OGs. When I was watching the General Strike Summit thing, I was like, I almost wanted to tear up because I was like, holy fuck. This reminds me of the left that I fell in love with. This reminds me of the Occupy Wall Street left. And this reminds me of the real, like, there's just a sense of genuineness and sincerity there. And I was like, what the fuck? There's actual leftists in this country? Who are these people? They're like angels. Who are these fucking people? You know? It almost made me kind of feel bad because I was like, you know, I've been antagonizing all leftists so much, but I've been neglecting that there's actually a real left in this country. These people are real leftists. And they're such sincere, genuine people. They were saying things in the panel like, hey, we can't just write people off because they're Trump supporters or they're deplorables or because they're right-wingers or conservative. They really do it. Like, that shit, I could see how that shit is just fucking terrifying to our government and to the powers that be. That's so scary to them that these people just organically and authentically exist. You know? And don't get me wrong, because I'm still gonna keep critiquing and attacking leftism because it is very, very easy to be co-opted. It's very easy to be fucking co-opted and like it's really easy to be co-opted and fall into the trap of American leftist bullshit. So a lot of base people can fall into that trap. But as far as I'm concerned, there are real socialists and communists in this country. They are good people. They're not fundamentally biased or, you know, deranged, psychotic people. They're good people who see. That's why I'm not a right-winger. I'm fundamentally not a right-winger. As much as I can get along with right-wingers and I'm friends with them and I see them as human beings because I'm a human being first, I'm not one because I do believe there's a real left. I think there's an authentic left. It's just not being given proper recognition or attention, right? Oh, they're reactionaries concerning Rittenhouse. Well, everybody's got limitations, right? But it just gives me hope that there's some leftists in this country who are so independent from the discourse that they could do something like what the Fred Hampton left was able to do, right? That just gives me a sense of hope. That's like, it's not on the same level, but it's like a sense of hope, like the angel at the end of Fire Walk with Me. Like, there are angels, you know? There really are angels.
Tell me how last week you were leaving this. Now you hit me back saying that you still believe in us. I ain't tryna waste my time. You had me once, you ain't gonna get it twice. Baby, tell me how last week you were
Henry Wallace, isn't that the guy from Texas? He was like a normal farmer from Texas. Yeah, he was a farmer. Or he was from Iowa. Yeah, I know who Henry Wallace is. He was based. He represents the American socialist realist. So what will the DSA fake left say if a general strike occurs spontaneously? They're going to be against it. Just look at their response to the strikes over vaccine mandates. They're going to be reactionaries against this. And I need you guys to appreciate what the term reactionary has meant historically. Now, historically, reactionary has meant exactly the type of thing that you're witnessing when it comes to the American left in its response to the generals. They are reactionaries, whether it's to me or to Jackson or the general strike people or Jimmy Dore. They're fundamentally reactionaries. They're basing their whole fucking existence off of being reactionaries. They have nothing positive to offer anymore. All they can do is try to turn back the wheels to a time. That's all they do. They say, ha ha, you're going too far. Ha ha ha. I don't like these new developments. That's all they do though, right? Yeah, they're doomer pilled, they're irony poisoned, and that's all they fucking do is spit venom on others. You know, those general strike people weren't even really focusing time on critiquing or attacking the left. It's just that the left just started attacking them. Why? Out of nowhere, right? Because they're reactionaries. Wow. Henry Wallace. The March of Freedom in the past 150 years has been long drawn out people's revolution. In this great revolution of the people, there was the American Revolution, the French Revolution, the Latin American revolutions of the Bolivarian era, the German Revolution of 48, the Russian Revolution of 1918. Each spoke for the common man in terms of blood on the battlefield. Wow, I didn't even know he said that. You know, a lot of the times what people really mean by Marxist-Leninist is, what they really mean is, I'm creating a mental prison outside of which I'm going to denounce all reality, right? I'm going to make a special little bubble, a discursive bubble, and exclude everyone who's outside of my discursive bubble. The only discursive bubble that infrared has is a discursive bubble that excludes all other discursive bubbles. We're a discursive bubble that does not tolerate. We are gatekeepers only against gatekeepers. We have a bubble only against other bubbles. Otherwise, we're completely open to reality as it is. Could have prevented the Cold War, created a united front against British colonialism with the Soviet Union. Mark Frost was a big FDR guy. I know that. Yeah, the type of ML that attacks Jimmy Dore for being a sock them. Translation, right? They have a discursive bubble that's part of the psychosis of the insular, professional, managerial American left, and they're attacking Jimmy Dore because he's outside of their little discursive bubble. That's literally that's all you have to know when it comes to these people attacking Jimmy Dore and knocking on an open door, attacking him for no fucking reason. You know? You know what I really think? I want to ask you guys a question. Do these socialists or communists, whoever they are, do they love the working class? Just like how Jesse Lee Peterson has Destiny, do you love black people? Do these people love the working class? Do they love them? If I ask them, do you love the working class? What would they say? They don't love the working class. They just hate their parents. They just hate their parents. They do not love the working class. And what does it mean to have love in your heart for the working class of this country? It means to recognize them as the absolute point of our common humanity. Just like how when you're in love with a person, you recognize them as the absolute point of your own personal humanity. To have love for the working class of this country means you recognize them as the common point of our whole common humanity in this country as Americans. It's in the working class. It's in the people working day in and day out that are keeping this machine going. That's who it's the people out of whose work we live and off of whose work we live mutually and in common. That's what it means.
I get the feeling we've been holding back, closed. There's no emotion in the way we act, Sign, I need a sign, something to show me that we belong. I'm reaching out, give me.
Topic on general strike being a great utopian idea in theory, but bad strategy. Strikes require more mutual aid for real people. Dude, you are fucking stupid. You are fucking stupid. You are just not fucking listening to what I fucking said for the last 5 hours, or even what I fucking written about it on fucking Twitter. You can't create a fucking society first, and then our general strike is chaos. It's a risk. And you improvise after. It's like the slogan used to be, the working class has nothing to lose but its chains. But now it's, who's gonna make the coffee and frappuccinos for me? Who's gonna do the door dashing for me? Who's gonna pay for my Netflix subscription? Oh, do you mind if we make sure we have the hot water running, because I want to take a nice hot bath, and can we still have scented candles? It's like you are trying to fucking account for something and formalize something you can't formalize. You're fucking putting the cart before the horse. The thing that comes first is the common passion and common fucking action of the people. I'm sure if a strike was prolonged for a long period of time, mutual aid networks and direct seizures of means of production would probably happen. I'm just saying that descriptively too. I'm not even advocating for anything. But for you to try and counter signal against the fucking general strike idea that's going around just because we're not really prepared. Who's we? Huh? Who's striking? John Deere's on strike. Americans across the country are on strike. There's literally a strike wave going on in America right now. A huge strike wave. Just Minneapolis school bus drivers unanimously vote to strike. That was just fucking 7 hours ago. Well, how are the kids gonna go to school and receive an education, Haas? Are you against kids receiving education? Did those school bus drivers take into account how the students are gonna go to school? Kroger Houston workers consider strike over contract. Nation strike climate. Deal with coal. Strike. Okay, that's different. They're striking a deal. So John Deere, they reached an agreement. Hospitals are considering going on strike. There's been a strike wave for like a month. You said revolution hurts, and it might not for me personally, but just like drone strikes, we have to consider the effects of our actions. You are not in fucking control. You are not in control. Stop acting like you can control reality and micromanage reality and make reality in such a way that it's gonna... That's not how it fucking works. You need to be open for fucking chaos. You need to be open to the possibility of chaos. And even if you don't fucking do anything and just sit on your ass, chaos is coming whether you like it or not. I don't need your fucking copium, your gynocopium in my chat. Because what I hate is not what you're saying. I hate the idea you're projecting that we have control over how this works and that we can sit around and democratically decide based on our moral responsibility what's going to happen. You can't. That's just not how it fucking works. You don't have the control you think you do. And what you're really doing, you're not controlling the situation. All you're doing is acting on behalf of the people in power by micromanaging and administrating for them. It's like the analogy I said. Let's say hypothetically you were in a prison or a prison camp or something, right? And there's an opportunity to escape. And one of the prisoners goes, we're not going to escape because once we exit out of the prison, we're going to have to deal with the problem of loneliness because we're all single. You don't even have the freedom to deal with that problem yet. Stop making excuses because, like I said, with excuses like that, who needs guards? Who needs guards with fucking excuses like that? You know what I mean? It's like you're getting ahead of yourself. You're just getting ahead of yourself when the important thing here and now is the question of, is a strike going to happen? Is a general strike going to happen? What does a general strike mean? How are political leaders going to relate or maybe initiate a general strike? That's the question right now. The question is not, fucking, well, how are we going to make sure the outcome is going to be good? That's not how it works. You don't control. This isn't a fucking video game where you have control over the outcome. Yeah, he wants to plan out the Industrial Revolution before fucking turning the steam engine on. I'm an actual working class person. I don't even have health insurance. I'm talking about the effect of your ideas on regular people and what it means for the movement. What is the effect of my ideas on regular people? Are we just talking about my ideas right now? Is this just my idea? The whole reason why a general strike is going to be possible is because it was Haas's idea. Get a fucking grip, dude. You sound stupid. You need to get a fucking grip. Oh yeah, that's why it'll happen, because it was my idea. Yeah, it's just because out of Haza's thought came the idea of a general strike. And that's why one will happen. Or that's the condition of one's possibility. Hey, buddy, where did I get the fucking thought of talking about a general strike from? Why don't you think about that? Maybe it's the context of what's already going on in this country. The effect of a general strike causes actual damage. Then you can whine and bitch about it by yourself. You can whine and bitch about it by yourself. Just like the effect of a revolution causes damage. And you're complaining to me like I'm you're like a Karen complaining to me like I'm the manager of the general strike. This is actually gonna cause damage, you know. Karen complaining to the manager of general strikes. Like I'm the one responsible for one happening. I'm just against you counter-signaling one. That's what I fucking hate. It's the biggest... Who needs CIA when you have people like this? Who the fuck needs... It's the most disgusting I hate it so much. Who needs guards when you have prisoners like these? I'm saying that Wildcat... Jelly, I'm gonna give you one last chance to properly register my words. If you don't get it after what I tell you right now, I'm going to ban you from my chat. You are operating under the presumption that a general strike is going to happen because it's being willed into reality by moral agents who have ideas, and that you could just replace it with a wildcat strike because that same agent considered it better. But have you ever fucking considered the fact that the reason people are talking about general strikes right now is because they're describing a reality they actually don't have any control over, and that you're not going to be able to decide whether it's going to be a general strike or a wildcat strike? Because that's not the relationship between moral agents and the reality we're talking about. So, if you tell me one more time that strikes cause damage and you're getting banned, you have to say something new, because I've been telling you the same fucking thing for an hour, and if you have nothing new to say, I'm banning you from my chat.
This adversity is no surprise. Egocentric deviance was your demise. Remember how you shiver at the to lose all inhibitions and control.
You know, I saw a meme once on Twitter years ago, like in 2017, and it was like, if the revolution is not wheelchair accessible, then it's bullshit. And that really epitomizes the mentality these people have. You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean it's bullshit? You're talking about a revolution. You're talking about the collapse of the government and the seizure of power. That's not something you can micromanage and like make morally airtight and control or preside over in some kind of way. Like, these people just don't understand chaos. They don't recognize, they have no recognition for the possibility of just chaos, right? It terrifies them. Marxism-Leninism is the greatest ideological progression of the world, but the two countries that are having revolutions are being run by Maoists who hold same-sex marriages. What does that have to do with anything? What is your point that they have same-sex marriages? I don't understand the point you're trying. Who asked? Like, what does that have to do with anything? But What are you fucking talking about? Two countries that are having revolutions. You know what? India and Philippines, hold on. Those revolutions, those are not fucking revolutions. They're protracted wars, protracted people's wars. The one in the Philippines is suspected of having ties to the US government because of the resistance of the Duterte government to the America's agenda for the region. And I'm sympathetic. I don't even know if I could say that, but as far as the Naxals are concerned, they've been dwindling. They haven't been making a lot of headway, and it's been decades and decades and decades. That's not a revolution, dude. A revolution doesn't just... So how do you get to decide that your way is the way? We see success in France, where yellow vests get demands by protesting on weekends, and again... Okay, so Jelly, you didn't actually understand what I said. Enjoy your ban. It's like, these people, I feel bad for them because they're literally unable to comprehend that this is not a matter of my way or your way. It's a matter of what happens, and you don't have control. You don't fucking have control as a moral agent over what fucking happens. You don't have control. It is not about my way or your way or another way. It's about realistically assessing what's actually gonna fucking happen. You don't have a moral dominion over the outcome where you're going to reflexively decide what happens because you argued it most persuasively. Holy fuck. It's like they can't even comprehend that idea. He just immediately went straight to projecting my way, completely missing the fucking point. So what did the Bolsheviks do? Lenin, specifically, on the before the October Revolution was planned, so to speak, made the decision without any fucking guarantee whatsoever, and against his own party, by the way, that now was the time. And they said, Lenin, we're not ready. We're not ready. The conditions are not ready. There's a lot of harm is going to come from this. And he said, no. If we don't seize this window of opportunity, we'll be set back by decades and decades and decades. And who gives a fuck about the consequences? Because at least we will have the liberty to deal with those consequences in the first place. Lenin was the prime and precise example of one of the greatest, if not the greatest, revolutionary in the history of the world. And yes, you could say Mao, you know, that there's a comparison with Mao. But Mao and Lenin, the two greatest revolutionaries in the history of the world. Or at least the modern world, right? People are sinking on a sinking ship going, hold on, don't get on the life craft, we could get lost at sea. Exactly! That's exactly what I mean! Why and how can people be against the general strike? Because they are scared of the deplorable working class being empowered in any kind of way. It's as simple as that. It's literally as simple as that. It does not get any more clear and simple as that. Listen, Maoism, it was invented by the psychopath murderer, complete deranged psycho murderer Gonzalo and the psychopathic shining path, Sendero Luminoso, has nothing to do with Mao Zedong thought. So don't sit here and tell me about so-called Maoists who are calling the China revisionist or whatever, because those reforms were on track under Mao in China. So they're lying. Those reforms were on track in China. Sendero's anarchists. Absolutely, they're anarchists. But you know the thing about anarchists is that anarchists do not actually create chaos. Anarchists serve, they represent the excesses of the order that prevails. Only Marxist-Leninists actually create chaos. Lenin created chaos, not the fucking Russian anarchists. They didn't create any chaos. You notice that? True chaos, to me, represents the only path to salvation and grace. If you do not pass through chaos to acquire grace and salvation, you are living in a palace of lies. And the thing about the Bolsheviks is that they represented a redemption of the Russian civilization amidst this chaos. Yes, the Tsar could not be redeemed. The monarchy could not be redeemed. The empire could not be redeemed. It had become so thoroughly corrupted and irredeemable by that time. But those other people that the Bolsheviks were, the Mensheviks, the anarchists, the liberals, these people had designs and planned for Russia that the Bolsheviks saved Russian civilization from, ultimately. Here's what I actually think. I don't think Lenin really hated the Tsar. I think Lenin told the Tsar, hey, it ain't personal, but you gotta go, bozo. You know? Something like that. You know what I mean? It's like, hey dude, nothing personal, but we'll take it from here because Western liberalism will not conquer Russia. The Tsar killed his brother. I know, his older brother, who was a Narodnik, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Oz, you sound like an Orthodox Christian. Are you going to become one? I already am one. I'm a perennial. I'm spiritually perennial. It means, but specifically Islam and Orthodox Christianity are my two vital sources of spiritual, that's what I draw from spiritually. Ultimately, I'm Muslim, right? But sometimes I'm in a different mind state, or I'm in a different context. But yes, or you know, I could go to an Orthodox church probably and fit right in. You know, I could go to an Orthodox procession or an Orthodox funeral or a wedding or something, and it would make perfect sense to me. I would fit right in, you know, and it would be absolutely, completely normal and natural to me, right? Let me just say that. Donald Parkinson thinks you're inspired by LaRouche and work with them. Well, we do work with Pesto Mime, and Pesto Mime I think is part of them, but besides Pesto Mime, we don't have a connection. Well, we have people from LaRouche that I think email us and DM us that like us, and we're friendly with anyone who's friendly with us, within bounds of reason, right? Like genuinely hateful people we're not affiliated with at all. But so LaRouche is the big secret. I've heard that before. I've heard that idea around before. All I can say is it reminds me, look, whenever reactionaries are dealing with a new phenomena, they invent conspiracy theories because they can't accept that this is just something that upsets their worldview. One of the examples of this was the anti-Semitic theories after the Bolshevik Revolution in order to explain communism, right? They couldn't accept this was a new thing on its own terms, so they were inventing these new theories in order to explain it. Also, same thing with the French Revolution. I mean, these things, the French Revolution, admittedly, there were conspiracies behind it, right? In terms of, like, the ruling class coordinating or whatever, and occult, whatever, but the idea that it was all reducible to that and that none of that had to do with an actual, authentic thing, you know, it's a cult. Infrared is part of a conspiracy, but the Infrared Collective are the only conspirators. We are the only conspirators in this conspiracy. We're not puppets of any organization higher than us. We are the organization. And we've been here for years and years and years in silence. I've read LaRouche's works. I don't know why this idea that, like, oh, it's LaRouche. I've read LaRouche. I know who he is. I've talked to members of them. I have disagreements, but he's a very smart guy. His books are very insightful, and there's a lot of information in them, just about history, right? The fact that you talk about this shit every fucking day makes me think you're lonely. Who the fuck are you? Darth Maul is saying that because I'm a Twitch streamer, it makes him think I'm lonely. Well, this is what I do for a living now, you fucking idiot. So, am I lonely? I mean, I have to be, in a sense, right? But that's why I take breaks where I go and, you know, meet up with people. And that's why I'm going to LA in a month. So, no, I'm not really lonely. Variety, please. Here, I'll help you out, dude. I'll help you out. There you go. Hold on. Oh, fuck. Give me a sec. I literally can't sit in silence for 1 minute without people bitching and complaining. You know that? They just always you always constantly need fucking attention. And something to be going. Just leave. I'm not gonna force you to fucking stay. Just leave. Go fucking do something else. I'm not fucking here to babysit you and entertain you constantly. But anyway, yo, Kiana's doing an IRL speed dating thing. What the fuck? I want to see what that. Hold on, let me see this. I want to check this out. We're not gonna spend too much time, but I just want to see what's going on. Let me see.
Oh wait, that's actually helpful.
Yeah, you're jerking. Yeah, other
Do
way.
you want to see more
Jerking is backwards.
Okay,
IRL streams with Melina? Huh?
There you go. Yeah,
How long do you want to do
call it
this?
good.
How long have you been going for? It's been, I don't know.
Let's see. Are you guys doing alrighty?
I don't know. How do I check, dude?
We've been live for 2 hours and
That's Milena.
Yeah, how long do you want to be like?
Oh, that's Destiny's fiance.
I mean, if you want to like walk
do.
around and do IRL as well, we can do
My cream
that.
just not.
So we can do like a few more maybe, and then we can just chill and like walk around in the center. Do you want, because the center is fine. Do so if you want to.
Oh, that's hard. Okay, I'll see.
Where's the content?
I with that.
Where's the speed dating? What's going on? Who are these people in the back?
Oh yeah, she's not.
Dude, everybody looks awkward. These guys look so awkward.
Wait, where?
Look how awkward they look in real life.
Just here?
I bet you they're gonna be so fucking awkward.
Like walk around if you want to.
I bet they're gonna be so fucking awkward during the speed dating thing. And the thing with me is that I'm the same on and off camera. I'm exactly the same. Ask anyone who's met me.
We don't want Ludwig to freak out on us, you know what I mean? You know Ludwig.
Christ. Here you go.
Love that guy.
Okay. So do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. What do I say? Do I just say my name or something?
Barrett, why don't you be less fucking annoying, dude?
Hi, I'm
Read the room.
part of Quaalude. What's up?
What? Which?
My name's Quay. It's like the first
Quay.
part of Quaalude, or the first part of question. It just depends on how you want to pronounce it.
Question.
Yeah, it's like Quay.
I have a question. How old are you?
I'm 19.
19. How old is she?
You know, oh,
How tall is how tall are they?
supposed to know her age. I just met her. Okay, it's 20. Ooh, 21. 23. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I was close, sort of. Kind of.
It's good. It's the 20s.
Yeah.
That's all
Okay.
that matters anyways.
Hell yeah.
That's okay, yeah.
Hell yeah.
So, are you, because you're a girl here and we're on a date, I'm assuming you're bisexual or?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're bisexual?
Mhm.
Have you ever dated women before?
Nope.
Have you ever slept with a woman?
Nope.
No.
On you?
Sure, why not?
Do you consent to weird questions?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Sexual questions?
I'm gonna say some stupid shit, but by all means, go for it.
You know TOS?
Oh, for Twitch?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't.
Okay, just nothing too degenerate.
Oh, no. Listen, I may be like an absolute bastard, but I think.
Hold on,
I'm
we
not
have
gonna
someone.
say anything like
How
that.
tall are they? 5'8" manlet. Tay, I guarantee you, and this is actually the truth, I guarantee you, in your whole entire life, you will never get with anyone who's 1/10 of what I've already gotten with. In your whole life, you will live your whole fucking life never ever knowing what it's like to have my level. That's the truth. You will never in your whole life talk to the women I talk to. You will never in your whole life have the options that I have. I want you to know that. You can go beginning to the end. You will never have my option. 5'7". Oh, I thought I'm 5'8". What happened? You're changing it now? And I'm balding. Yeah, even if I'm completely bald, it will be the same thing. And Tay, you just said ratio. I think you're lost. You don't know. I think you think you're in Twitter or something. Guys, show him who's getting ratioed. So, one's in the chat if Tay is a bitter, lonely loser who's getting ratioed right now. One's in the chat. Tay, I want you to see what it's like to be away from your Twitter bubble of people who harass me 24/7 and think that they're actually the ones winning. So this is what an actual ratio looks like, Tay. These are people who are actually watching me live right now, investing their time in watching me. And you are absolutely and utterly alone right now. Tay, I hope you know that. So Tay, here's the thing. If you want to redeem yourself and get unbanned, you actually have to use your fucking voice and possibly cam up and come in my Discord. Other than that, bye-bye. Mods, close the poll. We're done. Close the poll. Mods, close the fucking poll. I don't know what the fuck this is. The one girl on Twitter said you were 5'3". Well, she must be right then.
Listen, I'm not.
Just like how they said I'm a virgin, and what else did they say about me? Just like how they said, what's the other one? I'm 5'6", and then I'm fat, and that I'm a right winger, and I'm a fascist, and what else do they say? Everything. Hey, look, if you saw it on Twitter, it must be true. So I don't know what to tell you. Twitter's and then I'm white. Twitter's notorious. Then I got kicked out of law school, or I dropped out of law school. Twitter's notorious for telling the truth, dude. They're notorious. Here's the thing, right? When I take away your lies, when I take away your fucking lies, hop on the panel. No, I don't want to fucking do that. When you take away the lies, these people have nothing. And there's nothing more revolutionary and groundbreaking than the fucking sober truth. When the truth will literally make you shed tears of joy. When you realize that they're just lying about every fucking thing they say about me, and it's literally all lies, you then fucking get pissed. Imagine being me and you get lied about every fucking day and you know the truth. What do they have if not lies? Do they have anything but lies? If I took away every lie and only left them truth, would they have anything with which to attack me? Anything! Just one thing! Just one fucking thing!
I didn't realize that. Like, you know, 2 and 2 clicked together. You know, the 2 brain cells were working, and I realized, oh, he means romantically. Oops. And then I had to let him down, but I felt really awful about it.
Well, how come you didn't date him?
Not really into him.
Really?
No.
Have you ever been into someone?
There's a new one. It's a micro penis, apparently. That's a new one, too. So there you go. Another lie. Keep them coming. Yeah, keep them coming.
Until you get over it.
Fuck, I had too much food in my mouth.
Dude, that's a fucking mood. I need to get some food in my system. Oh my god, my flashlight's on. But yeah, I've done some stupid shit.
The only people that you've been into were girls?
I guess I've been into some guys, but like, you know, it's mostly in real life, it's mostly women.
Mostly? How come?
I don't know. I think girls are just a lot more, like, there's a more aesthetic attractiveness to them. I'm pretty sure you both of y'all understand that, right?
Yeah. I'd
And
say so.
I'd say guys are pretty neat too.
Are you okay with taking your mask off?
Oh yeah, sure, of course. Yeah, no, guys are cool too, but you know.
So far, this is a really boring speed date.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't think so.
I see. So you would rather have us if you had to pick?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah. Okay. That's cool. So, host?
This is so awkward. This is literally so awkward.
Host?
This is so fucking awkward.
Remind me of myself now.
In real life.
Oh, sick.
These people are so awkward in real life, dude. You have no
I reminded
idea.
myself when I was 19 too.
Chat says you're super pretty. Thanks for taking off the mask.
Aw, thanks, chat. You guys fucking rock.
So what do you look for? Like, do you feel like you're looking for a relationship or a friends with benefits person, or?
I usually play things by ear. There's really nothing that I specifically look for in anyone. It's sort of like, it's like jazz. You'll figure it out as you go. You might not, but if you fuck up, you can just keep pretending that you totally get over it. It's like that. yeah, I don't know.
What type of girls do you like?
I don't know. Women hot. They're pretty neat. I have no idea. Yeah, just shout out to women. Gotta be one of my favorite genders. Sorry, I'm a fucking idiot right now.
It's one of my favorite too. So like,
Yeah, no. Girls are pretty neat. Guys are pretty neat. But yeah, I don't really know what I look for in a person. I guess I could try to like rap out a couple of things. Let's see here. I need someone who's okay with me going literally apeshit about.
Okay, I would love to do this in real life. I would love to do this in real life. Because in real life, I'm gonna be the same exact way that I'm on Twitch, and I would not be different at all. Nothing about me would be awkward. I work better in real life. That's the thing. I would be even better in real life than I am on the fucking internet.
Yeah.
I would be more comfortable and less awkward in real life.
She's off the tracks.
she's off the track.
Ja would alpha and mog you.
What is the most off-track thing that you've ever seen?
Good, quiet, because she's taller.
Like I said, that time when I told
It
the
okay.
fucking-
Well, that's not how it works in real life. But if you want to think that's how it works in real life,
He's like, oh,
think
yeah,
that.
for a while. He was so serious about it. And I
Matter of
wasn't paying
fact,
half attention
if
to
they're doing this in 1 month, I'm gonna be in LA in a month. If this is in LA and they're doing it next month, I'll go to this in real life.
fucking idiot.
Me and Jackson will go.
Phone's going
Maybe
off
he
the rails.
needed the truth out though.
Yeah, I had to let him know. I'm sorry, dude. I don't really see you that way. He's like, ah, shit. Okay.
I see.
But you know, he took
How,
it. He
what do
took
you
it
think
like
he
a
would
champ.
feel like seeing you here right now?
Thriving.
He's probably living his best life right now. He's probably realizing, wow, I dodged a bullet on this one.
See.
It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
When
Is Zerka still going? I have no idea.
boyfriend,
Nothing's been planned.
so it's okay ever.
Yeah, that's
And
just
look at
how
me
it
now. You could do this too.
is. Exactly. I mean, I did.
Dating.
This is what she needs to know.
I thought you meant Twitch, and I was like, yo, I got
Look at
Twitch
this.
too. I get it.
What kind of girl, like, personalities? Because you say you don't know. You're just like, yeah, I love
Yeah,
women.
I think if we're going to be talking about like girls and guys, I think usually I've noticed for a lot of bisexual women, they usually like, I guess, like this is not meant to be generalizations, just as people I've noticed really like masculine women and feminine men.
Yeah.
For me, I like ultra feminine women and ultra masculine men. It's pretty funny.
You will never get content in the IRL dating show because people are too awkward, too uncomfortable, and too unwilling to be funny in real life. Everyone's willing to be funny on the internet, but it takes a special type of comedian who's willing to be funny in real life. You know that? Look at the stream me, Jackson, and Adri did at the mall. That's a real life comedian, by the way. That's when I went into the fucking store. That's a real life comedian, by the way.
Yeah. I see. That's.
And it's weird to have these things, I guess, like sectioned off into specific genders, but that's just how it be. Like I know.
And you want to know why? Because even before I ever became a streamer, I was doing that in real life. I was being the comedian.
Around video games or getting into airsoft and things like that.
Yeah.
But hey, that's just how I am, and that's just how I roll. I just gotta do my own thing. Exactly. I'm just living my best life.
Yes.
Why are you laughing? What did I say?
Dude, I remember one time I went to the mall and we were just walking. We were sitting down at a jewelry store and this was like right out of high school. And then one of my friends dude was huge. Let me just say super tall and super big in general. Just a big dude, right? And randomly we just walk by the jewelry shop and he just screams into the shop. He just goes, "Hey!" The security guard came and gave him a lecture for like 45 minutes about why what he did was bad.
What do you think of it? What do you think of it?
Of what?
What did you think of the
It's pretty fucking sick. I had a lot of fun.
You have to understand that his voice echoed and boomed because it was really empty. The shop was really big and empty, and it was dark. So he just went, "Ah!" like something like that.
But yeah. All right then. Hell yeah. Gotta have that social distancing thing going on. Never attack me.
Get him.
You still hang out in malls? I like how I'm talking about something that's literally like from 8 years ago, and someone's trying to someone's trying to mock me for it. You know, just for that, you're getting timed out for 6 days. Bye.
Shout out to DUNT.
Dude, all these people in the back are very awkward.
Alrighty. Yeah, sick. I'll see you dudes later.
Yeah, maybe do you want to start timing?
Guys, I didn't do anything. Why are you laughing?
Where's Ja? Oh my god.
Who's still waiting?
Are you going on?
He wants to go. He wants to go. Hey, which one is waiting? You.
Fight for it.
This is so awkward, dude.
In a game. TOS. Oh, is it? Yeah, thank you.
This is the 6'6" guy?
Let's go play Rope Smashers. Let's go.
My life, dude. Slide in.
Yeah?
Look at these Crocs.
Hey.
Dude, these are nice Crocs.
Hey, how's it going?
Going good. How are you?
I'm good. It's good. How are you?
I'm here to enjoy my time. That's it.
Are you enjoying your time?
Yeah, I am.
That's so weird to say. He's too scared to be like, I'm here to win someone's heart, whatever. Dude, who says I'm here to enjoy my time?
Yeah. You know,
What are you thinking about right now?
I don't know. I'm just thinking about living in the moment.
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
19. Why aren't you dating her?
I met her like an hour ago.
You should date.
No.
She's cool.
Sorry. No, we're mutual friends. She is. She's very cool. She's very cool. Yeah, we played Smash together. She's pretty sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like you like her.
As friends, yeah.
Yeah.
What kind of?
You know, Will, he fucks his friends.
No, Will fucks his friends.
You're not like that.
Nice.
Are you like this?
No.
No.
Yeah.
What kind of girls do you like?
You know, all girls.
Do you have a type?
Not really. I mean, kind of.
This one?
Blondes are cool. I like blondes.
You're like purple.
I like purple hair too, yeah.
I know.
Wait, do you consent?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool.
If you wait, I took over that last one.
See what you're saying?
Let's
I don't even know how. Oh, take over. Okay. So, what kind of therapy like?
Wow, we went 0 to 100, huh? You know, nothing too like wild. You know,
Nothing too wild.
yeah, that shit. I don't like feet. I'll say that.
Yeah. Don't
I'm
like you can look at them.
highly against
You're
feet.
like
They're not attractive in any way to me.
What do you think of this?
I find zero attraction to feet. Yeah, like completely. I don't know how people like feet. It weirds me out. Yeah, it just weirds me out. Like,
Should I demonstrate? No,
I mean-
no, nothing. Okay, yeah. You don't even think the feet are cute? Nothing?
no.
Not even.
Not at all.
You never see like girls that like sit on their feet and you see like their bum and like their little toes. Isn't that kind
The
of
toes don't do anything for me.
Isn't that a little cute though?
I think so.
I mean, it can.
Dude,
be.
I know for a fact that in real life, I would have to carry this whole conversation. My shoulders would hurt for how much I have to carry it.
Turning me on.
Change your mind.
You're gonna make me like feet? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's gonna be tough.
You're gonna want to
Have you ever had your feet touched?
Had my feet touched?
Yeah. Maybe
Not
you
in
are
that
the one
way.
that wants
Not in that
someone-
way, no.
Never. So you don't know.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. Yeah. I mean, maybe. Who
How can
knows?
you have such a strong opinion without knowing?
Knowing personally?
Yeah.
I mean, like, you see feet a lot, right?
You do?
I mean, I
Maybe
live in
you do.
California. I go to the beach a lot. I just feed her out like, all the time.
But that's like their standard.
Wiki feet. I've been to Wiki feet a couple times.
Ja could carry me, dude. I think you think tall means strong. I think that's what you think. When the opposite is probably true, dude. The literally the opposite is probably true.
Sometimes the things that I found the nastiest.
That's
If I'm,
those
in
are the
if
ones.
I'm in a sexual moment, I can get really turned on by it, but I feel sick afterwards.
Yeah, Melina.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I've jerked off to girls licking toilet seats. Because I think it's gross.
You know what? That's. I'll give you a round of applause for that. You know, that takes a lot of bravery to say something like that.
Yeah.
I gotta say, yeah. I've not jerked off to anything weird like that. I'm not gonna lie. To
I
you.
think it's just like I wouldn't want to touch
No,
it
I
ever.
think it's totally cool.
gross, you know? I think it's
You're just
really
so
nasty. It's so nasty
you get off to
that
the
I
gross
get-
shit.
Not
It has to be
I
gross?
like a lot of things, but I'm just saying that sometimes if I'm really against something, I try to jerk off to it, and it works very well.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I can't come to this. I can't.
Can I tilt
And then
this
I
So
up
you
just-
wanna
more?
prove
Because I feel like
yourself.
it's.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then the more, the more,
Dude, Zizek made me better at game. How?
Interesting.
sometimes,
I
not all the time.
maybe I'll
But
try.
in that
Maybe
situation,
I'll try that with feet. We'll see where it goes. We'll see where
Yeah.
it goes.
I don't know. Have you ever just like masturbated to something because you were curious if you could like? Come
How
to
do
it?
you make? How do you
Yes.
adjust it?
Did you? Did
Is
it
it
work?
this?
Kind of.
What did you?
It was tough.
Oh, it
was
just
tough.
bends.
What was it?
I don't know how to say this without being TOS.
He
Weird.
What?
You like
She
whispering
might, she
shit?
might like it a little too much.
Yeah. I mean, I can. Let's see.
I can and will.
I'm just trying to think. Should I say this?
I don't even know what the question was.
Say
Have
it.
I ever
Say it.
jerked off something that I didn't find attractive, or I
Okay,
didn't
no,
think
no.
I could, and then I
There's
tried?
there's so many like bad avenues we could go down.
Yeah, there's some weird shit on the
You are
internet.
a freak, sir.
Hey,
They're just
I don't
more
like feet, though.
probably-
Hey, no fetish shaming.
I don't like feet though. That's the one thing.
Yeah.
Personally, but what about people that like feet?
They're okay.
They're okay, so you
If
don't
I,
kink
if,
shame.
if I were to date a girl and she likes feet, I would not be opposed. That's cool. That just means my feet.
What
get
would you
more
feel
care.
if you were dating someone and she really wanted you to lick her feet and you were like,
Oh.
I'm not doing it, and then she went out one night when you
And she got someone else to lick her feet? I'd be
Yeah.
so mad.
Would you be
I
mad?
think I'd lick her feet just so that she wouldn't do that.
Really?
Yeah. If I
So-
really cared about her, yeah, I'd have to.
So you would feel jealous if someone just licked her feet.
That'd be fucked up.
Really? Even though you said you don't want that. You would
Well-
actually feel the envy of it.
If I'm dating her, I feel like we have to make, we have to make like sacrifices
Yeah.
in a sense, right? And so I think I would just say yes initially. But if she said no and then did, I'd be pretty mad at her. I might break up with her.
What if she said, I know you don't like that, so I won't do it?
I'd be pretty. But she still went out and did it with somebody else.
Yeah. But
Just the
Like,
feet.
just
Just
the
the
feet,
feet. That'd
nothing
be
else.
weird.
Just
I'd be
that.
weirded out then at that point.
If no, I would not eat ass.
I had no feet, and then
I would not eat ass.
Okay. Post?
What?
Yeah. You still want to talk about feet? Does chat still want to talk about feet?
How many feet?
How many feet?
Yes. Inches, if you will.
Oh, you want me to go that deep?
No, none of my game comes from
Yeah,
reading
I
Zizek.
can. I mean,
Where the fuck did you get that from?
I'm average. I'm not like, the next greatest porn star. I'm an average guy.
What if you did become that?
I'm just an average Joe. Exactly. I'm just an average
Michael, he's a
Don't say Magic Mike or anything.
normal Michael.
Yeah. Normal
Mediocre Michael.
Okay, well, don't call it mediocre, right? It's not all of. It's not all of. It's not all of
Meaty
it.
Mike.
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Micro.
Well, no, not that small.
Okay,
Average.
Okay. Well, nice.
Average.
My first crush name is Mike.
Yeah.
Mike Wazowski.
Mike, what's up?
My
Nice.
first crush.
You know what? That's crazy. My favorite movie is Monsters Inc.
Really?
Mike Wazowski.
Not Mike Wazowski, no.
It's
But
because
that's
you had the same name.
not because
This is how people bully in real life. They're not actually explicitly mean, but they're very snarky and passive aggressive. Backhanded insults.
You know?
That movie was so sad.
It was.
I cried so
I
much
cried to
towards
it.
the
It's
end
the
of
only
it.
movie I cried to.
That's the only one.
I don't cry to that and dog movies.
And dog
Those are the
movies.
two movies that I cry.
What about Lion King?
No.
But Monsters Inc.
Monsters Inc.
Aren't they both like 21? Every time I see Kiana, I think of her as like older than me. You know that? That's so. I hate that, dude. I need to start fucking respecting myself more. I'm literally 25 years old. She could literally be like a baby sister to me. She's like 21, dude. Why the fuck do I like? It's because she's so successful. That's the only reason. Damn. That's fucked up. She's 24? But in high school, if I was a senior, she would have been a sophomore or a junior. I'm not young. I always use the high school rule. What would they be if I was a senior in high school?
No, let's not do that one.
And that's the standard I hold people to.
Let's not do that one.
I mean, like we could just not have
Massive Mike.
no, like none of the penis names. We could just call me Michael or
Michael.
Mikey or
Michael.
my name. Yeah,
Whenever I hear Michael, I think about The Office.
yeah.
Scott.
That's a lot of people do that. Yeah.
Can we call you Scott?
Half your age plus 7. Why?
Yeah, I mean, I guess
Will she be the Pam to your gym?
you could be the Pam to my gym.
What do you think of Melina?
You're hot.
Would you bang?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I would
mean-
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I gonna get like killed by some people now?
So, who was your first like animated crush?
Animated crush? When I was like 5?
Like Lola Bunny or something?
No, when I was like 5.
Yeah.
And I watched like Boomerang, which is like the older cartoons, and like Powerpuff Girls were on it. I really like Bubbles from the Powerpuff Girls. I was like 5 though, so like
She was like Bug. She was like this small.
yeah, but I was like 5.
Did you ever masturbate to your
No, Jesus. Again, I was like 5.
Sugar.
Oh, okay,
I didn't
okay.
know that happened.
When you look at her, you're like, oh, no, not when you were 5.
No, now I'm not turned
Yeah,
on
that's
by
crazy.
Bubbles from Powerpuff Girls.
Is there any animated character that you are?
We're getting real deep tonight, huh? I am. Okay, no. Zero Suit Samus? No. I don't. No.
Pikachu.
No.
Pokemon Master Holly.
No.
Really?
Misty from
right there.
Pokemon.
Right there, dude.
Sorry.
You said no.
I apologize. Well, we're talking about animated characters.
She's animated.
Pokemon is animated. Make sure like that.
It is.
Yeah.
Is it just me?
No.
Is it just me, or is November really slow? Is there just not a lot going on in November? What's going on in November? There's just not a lot going on in November. How do I not go to sleep watching this? Hey, I'm gonna tell you the truth, guys. The truth is, I am out of content right now, like today for Sunday. There's just not a lot of news. There's not a lot going on. Nothing's really going on. I'm just out of content. That's why the showdown is supposed to be the next big thing Infrared does. I'm telling you guys the truth. I'm out of content, right? I don't really have any videos to react to. Let me see if there's any new Channel 5s. I think there's supposed to be one. But no, dude, we can't have boring shit. That's the thing. We can't have boring shit, but there's no one wants to debate me right now. There's no people willing to debate me. There's not a lot going on right now, okay? I'm telling you the truth. There's not a lot going on right now. There's really not much going on in the world right now, right? And I'm going to say something that's going to shoot me in the foot. It's going to shoot me in the foot, but I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. I feel like if I wasn't a Twitch streamer and I was just randomly browsing Twitch, I would just be like, yeah, I don't feel like watching Twitch today. I'll just watch a movie instead or something. One of those days, you know? I feel like I'd be like, yeah, I don't really feel like watching Twitch today. You know what I mean? USA's trying to do a color revolution tomorrow. Where?
What would you say like
the most interesting thing about me.
Yeah.
Cuba?
I think I've done.
Why? What's going on? Cuba. Let me see. Standoff between Cuban activists and there's a march tomorrow. We'll see. I'll cover that march tomorrow.
I like to do creative shit, so I guess that's my interesting thing, right? Like I made
That's interesting. I've never met someone that does that before.
The clown timeline. It's probably TOS too. I'm not gonna watch.
I don't know if you know who Ludwig is. I imagine
Yeah, I
you
do.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you friends with him?
I made a controller for him this weekend.
This weekend?
Yeah.
Damn.
So
Is it the best control you've done? Or made?
it's a ball sack. You know, like truck nuts. It's like that, but on a controller.
Oh, that's so nice. Did he ever show it on his
Yeah, he loves.
Oz, can you give my channel a shout out? And you're not even a gifted fucking sub. You don't even have a gift fucking thing next to you, and you want me to shout out your channel? Nah, I'm kidding. I wouldn't shout it out anyway.
You want to give me a shout out?
Yeah, for sure.
You can just look me up.
Really cool.
Yeah. My name's Sick Nasty on Twitter. 2 E's.
Twitter.com/sick
Nasty
nasty
with 2 E's.
nasty.
Nasty.
SICKNASTY.
No T. No Y. Just E. 2 E's. Yeah. That one. Yeah. Just look that up. It'll work. Probably.
Sick nasty with 2 E's, you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
What did you think of the date?
It was great. I had a good time. We asked a lot of personal questions.
Was that okay?
It was interesting.
It was interesting.
I don't usually answer those personal questions, so it was nice to answer them. Yeah, you know, I don't usually do this kind of thing. So. But thank you for having me on. But yeah, thanks for having me on. No.
No.
Sorry. Well, you didn't have to make it rude like that. You just said no. I said no too.
Is it?
Yeah.
Sad.
Well, thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. This is really fun.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
really
you.
cool.
Thank you. Thank you.
I wish you luck with all the controllers.
Massive
It sounds
Michael.
really
Cool.
Have a great night.
Massive bye.
You did? Oh, nice. There was no.
Fuck Jubilee. Fuck Jubilee. I'm not watching Jubilee because it's fucking
Are
boring.
you blowing a whistle?
You should have blue whistle.
Are you guys ready for your next date?
You can do that to me later. Who's next victim?
Wait, you want more people, right?
Do you want more people? Sure. Keep going?
You want to keep going?
How many more?
Sit here? You want to sit here?
Oh, yeah.
How many more?
I think that's what we have. How many more do we have? I think we have one more. Oh, one more. Should we do one more? Yeah. One more, yeah, one more.
Is Amelia not
We're
starting?
doing one more.
And there's still a chance.
Can you get here?
We'll watch the video.
See, I don't know. Hello.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I was saying.
Nice to meet you. My name is
Nice to
Trey.
meet you. How was yours?
My name is Trey.
Train.
Trey. T-R-E-S.
Wait, did they say your name? Or is it just like
Doesn't really matter to me.
Are you
My name is.
Do you feel like a victim?
Oh, dude, I am gonna watch some Asian Boss. I am gonna watch some Asian Boss. I am gonna watch some Asian Boss. I am actually interested in that.
3K people, yeah.
What
How
brings
did they convince you to get here?
that guy right there?
Ah. He was the first guest.
He just dragged me on. I was just watching some Smash. He was like, "Hey, you want to be interviewed? Why not?" So, hey, I'm
So,
here.
do you consent to her being the way she is to you in this interview?
The same way that you guys admit to everyone, pretty much.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
no,
nicer.
she's wholesome.
Yeah.
Normie questions. I am very cringe questions.
Yeah.
Go for it.
You want cringe?
Yeah, go for it.
If you,
Oh yeah, did you guys see the Elon Musk tweet? Did you guys see the Elon Musk thing? Because I want to give my take on this, right? Okay. Gonna keep going. I want to give you the truth of my take. This is the truth. It's the truth. Thank you, villain. Thank you so much, Milans. Now you make me feel bad. Thank you so much for the 5, man. Appreciate you a lot. Appreciate you a lot. So, guys, this is a tweet, right? And it's called I Keep Forgetting You're Still Alive. And Bernie goes, we must demand that the extremely wealthy pay their fair share, period. And Elon goes, I keep forgetting you're still alive. And where does Haas stand? Where does Haas stand on this? That's where I stand. I'm sick of all of you defending Bernie at this point. Stop defending Bernie. I don't care that it's Elon Musk saying this shit. I don't like Elon Musk. Obviously, I think he's cringe, and I think he's a scam artist. But here's the thing. The people stand with him, clearly, because this guy's fucking morally bankrupt. Bernie, all you do is keep yelling and complaining that you want to tax the rich. You've done nothing to actually fulfill any of that, politically or strategically speaking. And I'm sick of it. I'm sick of hearing about Bernie. I'm sick of, dude, you lost your chance to be fucking respected by me, right? Anymore. I don't respect him anymore, and I don't care. So, and you know what? Here's the thing. Here's also the thing that you gotta keep in mind is that this is actually true for me too. I do keep forgetting that Bernie Sanders is still a thing. That's the thing. That's what makes it really funny is that I find this tweet very relatable. You know? Okay, so somebody pointed this out, and y'all are gonna get mad when I point this out. I know y'all are gonna get mad when you point this out, but I just gotta educate you about something. All of you people who are very emotional about politics, I want y'all to understand something, right? I want y'all to understand something. Okay. You know, let me tell you what. This is like facts. I'm sorry to break it to you. I don't know whose ideological bubble I'm breaking when I say this. I don't know if you know how much 2.7 trillion is, but focusing on the personal wealth of billionaires literally is a distraction. Now, I agree. There is a huge financial rigging of this system in favor of the 1% and the rich. But that mainly takes the form of their institutions, these vast financial institutions and banks and hedge funds and things like that, right? And things like BlackRock. That's what you got to keep your focus on and your attention to. When you focus on the personalities of listen, like it or not, whether it's because they're stupid or not, most Americans find Elon Musk relatable. They're like, oh, that could be me. Fine, then let them. You're not going to convince them to not find him relatable because he's a personality, right? But these huge institutions, which are financially rigging our system in their favor and creating this monopoly on our economy, those aren't fucking relatable. So you should focus on them instead of focusing on, billionaires paying their fair share. Because I agree, billionaires do have too much leeway in this country. They get away with too much. But you're not going to solve this. See, this is the big battle between the real left and the fake left that's going to happen. The fake left just wants you to think, all we have to do is tax more people. No, you have to change the machine itself. You have to do something called a structural reform. And that's what China does. It does a structural. China does not fix its financial problems just by taxing the rich. It does a structural reform where you change the nature of financial revenues and how money is generated and how it's distributed and profited from in the first place. It's a structural reform that breaks up monopolies and promotes smaller sectors, things like that, okay? So structural reform is the key, right? Because look, the government spending is at a scale. The U.S. economy is at a scale that you will not be able to comprehend by personalizing it. It's so, you're talking about trillions and trillions. It's not a personal thing, okay? These billionaires, they have monstrous amounts of wealth. I will not deny or underplay that, but we have look at our fucking total deficit. Look how much total government debt there is right now. We're talking about like what, 20 trillion right now? It's immense. It's crazy, right? Yeah, our economic growth is used to pay the finance sector. Yeah, exactly. It's things like that. It's not about more taxes, because you can have more taxes, but you're preserving the fucking structure, right? That's giving rise to the inequality in the first place. So you're taxing more rich people, but you're not actually addressing the monopolies that make them rich in the first place, which is exactly what needs to be fucking addressed. Not just taxing the rich. You know what I mean? So that's why I like Elon Musk's tweet. Sorry, Bernie. Bernie stands for the American government bureaucracy, which is trying to prolong itself, and the professional managerial class, because the two are bounded up. Bernie's a defender of the current, fake government socialism and fucking socialism for the rich and the monopolies and the current bureaucracy and rentier class of monopolists. He's defending them, basically, right? He's completely defending them. The only thing that we're seeing is that he wants just more. He wants them to pay more money. Yeah, but where does the money come from, right? Why is it being concentrated that way in the first place? That's what we should focus on addressing, or focusing on more, right? This is BlackRock socialism. I'm sorry, you're not even coming close to addressing the root of the crisis or the root of the matter, and it's as simple as that. Yeah, so that's my take on the Elon Musk thing. And I know Elon Musk's an asshole or whatever. It's Elon Musk. What do you fucking expect, right? But meanwhile, we're going to see Chinese react to the Evergrande debt crisis. So Asian boss does street interviews with normal people throughout East Asia, asking them their opinions on various things. And that's what we're going to watch. Let me see. Is there any more content here? Oh, what's going on?
I don't understand.
What was their reaction?
That's so crazy.
They were pissed off and they left.
Really?
They just kind of, one of them left. The other one stayed and tried to help me back up with that.
Okay, any girls that does that are actually, they deserve to never get fucked again. Because that's like so insane to me. So
this is very awkward. Let's watch.
Hey bosses, it's Marie from Asian Boss. Can you imagine pouring all your hard-earned savings into real estate investments just to see your money go up in flames? Well, this could happen to millions of Chinese citizens and investors who entrusted their money to Evergrande, China's second-largest real estate developer. The company is now sinking under a mountain of debt totaling $300 billion, which makes it the most indebted company in the world. This crisis has often been compared to the collapse of US investment bank Lehman Brothers in 2008 that triggered the global financial crisis. You may be familiar with the Western media coverage on this issue, but how do average Chinese citizens feel about the situation and the property market in China in general? Can they even afford to buy a house anymore? Asian Boss hit the streets of Shanghai to find out.
To be fair, I mean, it's Shanghai. Shanghai is like, it's like probably one of the most expensive cities, if not the most expensive in all of China. So I don't expect Shanghai's housing situation to be perfect, but let's see. I actually don't know.
你好，就是今天想问你一下，您知道最近有关恒大这个暴雷的新闻吗？
稍微了解吧，就是我家房子也是恒大的嘛，我。
Captain Waffles donated $5. Mainstream billionaires like Elon, Gates, Bezos etc. are so poor, they keep all their wealth in their own name. The truly rich are royal banking dynasties like the Rockefeller family and the Morgan family. Google Caleb Mop and oil crisis for more info.
Thank you, Waffles. And yeah, people need to understand this. There's a difference between the celebrity rich and the actual rich, because those are very different things. I need you guys to know that too.
我知道这个事情的话，应该是从年头吧啦，好像是蛮长时间了。
具体详细信息其实我并不是很了解，只是因为他们肯定规模很大，所以现在影响很大，导致我本来 不了解这些信息的人都被动了解了。
就是简单的来 summarize 一下，就是这个恒大这个新闻的大概的这个事情嘛，就发生什么了？
应该说它就是一个非常大型的这个以房地产为主的这个企业，那同时它可能前段时间的这个增长和扩张都非常快，所以它应该有借了非常多的这个钱，那可能还有短期可能有一个兑付的这个困难，对，主要就是它没有办法去还之前的这个借债，对。
好像听说是资金回收不拢嘛，然后只能靠申请那些国家补助，然后破产，然后卖房嘛。大概好像听说是一个好像是有大概几千亿吧。
就像您说的，这个新闻其实在目前中国还是非常轰动的，然后其实在全世界都有很多人在关注这样的一个新闻。您会不会觉得挺惊讶的？为什么这样一个国内的企业会受到全世界的关注？
也不会很惊讶，因为现在中国就是本身中国现在就已经是受世界瞩目嘛，现在毕竟现在最近一直都很强势，外交上也很强势，所以说，而且这么大的一个企业的一个案件也是足以让其他国家重视我们中国这边的这个企业，就这样。
因为08年的时候雷曼兄弟就是影响到全球了嘛，我相信人家也会担心，因为毕竟恒大在我们国家也是一个相当大的一个房地产企业，如果它的一旦的出了一些问题的话，相信也会影响到国际的一些经济的。
那在这个新闻爆出来之前，你对恒大有多少了解？
恒大的话，许家印家族首富嘛，然后房产的巨头，然后他们的足球队、俱乐部嘛，算是家族企业。
它本身有在中国很多城市都有地产项目，那同时它也进军其他很多的这个领域，像饮用水啊、足球啊，还有一些文化的这些项目啊，对，所以它是一个非常知名的一个企业。
因为恒大像你说是知名度很高的，然后一个很大的公司，你个人认为他们怎么会走到这个债务危机的地步呢？
那我觉得可能它就是有一个对增长的预期吧，它的增长是非常的快的。
就是大家都会把资金太多元化，然后就会造成资金链就断掉，因为你可能关注到什么汽车啊、体育啊、影视啊，然后就是除了你的老本行之外，然后你做太多的其他业务，然后就反而就会资金就有点跟不上。
我觉得可能就是他们这个项目这个周期比较长，然后现金回流的速度比较慢，但是他们就做新项目的速度又快于现金回流的速度，所以会到了现在这么一个地步吧。我猜啊。
你觉得在大家就是公众他们看到这个新闻后，他们的反应是什么样的？就是有没有周围人受到什么影响吗？
我觉得大家可能看到以后会觉得有点意外，因为就是这么大规模的房地产公司，因为中国人会觉得房地产公司都是很有钱的，因为特别是北上广你开发很多项目的话，这个房价贵嘛，然后你商业地产也开发，那整个这种房地产公司的身价应该很高，所以。
Dude, you guys are getting baited by a guy in chat who's literally trolling. You guys are just like the dumbasses on Twitter you guys are no better than the dumbasses on Twitter who fucking who respond to me trolling. You guys are the same, dude. Everyone's the same, honestly.
突然之间，这个消息真的是突然之间来的，所以我觉得是比较意外。那您身边的人或您自己会被这件事情影响吗？
好像我几个在恒大买房的朋友好像有点影响，觉得那边的房产可能会受牵累啊什么，只是会觉得他们现在买的那个房可能以后也没有升值的。
The truth that you realize is that people just walking around on the street are boring, and there's actually not a lot of content to be found. It's the truth. People are just boring. We were like, oh, me? You're interviewing me? I guess it's cool. That's it. Bye.
Hey,
What do
bosses.
Koreans think of vaccine mandates passport?
This is Tammy from Asian Boss. Now that the world is slowly opening back up with enough people getting vaccinated, there appears to be a lot of controversies when it comes to the vaccine passport system. In South Korea, where almost 80% of the population has been fully vaccinated, the new Living with COVID policy requires that certain facilities stop people from entering unless they can show proof of vaccination. So how do Koreans feel about the new policy and the vaccine passport system in particular? Let's hit the streets of Seoul to find out. 네, 저희가 오늘 이제 한국 시민들이 이제 위드 코로나랑 이제 백신 패스에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 의견을 좀 들으러 이제 거리에 이제 나오게 됐는데요. 우선 위드 코로나가 정확히 뭔지에 대해서 좀 설명해 주실 수 있을까요?
코로나 이전에 그냥 그 생활했던 거를 어느 정도
Pre-COVID.
보장해주겠다는 게
This is the post-COVID world.
위드 코로나 아닌가.
사회적 거리두기 이제
Okay, Seoul is a beautiful city. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's a soulful city. You catch my drift. It's soulful. I like Seoul.
제일 심했을 때는 저녁 6시 이후로 2인 이상 이제 사적인 만남이 금지돼 있잖아요. 무엇보다 저녁 10시 이후에는 음식점이나 카페라든지 모든 상점이 다 닫았었는데 10시 이후에도 여는 밥집이나 술집이 생겨서 오랜만에 일상 회복이 돼서
Cool city where you just have shit like this. You know? It's a cool place.
이제 그런 거에 대한 소중함을 알게 된 게 조금 달라진 것 같아요.
약 80%가 백신 접종 완료가 된 상태고 근데 20%는 안 맞은 상태잖아요. 어떤 면에서 이 수치가 더 올라간 상태에서 일상 복귀를 하는 게 좋았겠다라고 생각하시나요? 아니면 지금이 좀 적절한 타이밍이라고 생각하시나요?
저는 지금이 제일 적절하다고 봐요. 저도 이제 생계가 마술사이기 때문에 사람들한테 마술을 보여주려면 아무리 비대면이라 해도 대면인 게 좋기 때문에 저는 지금 시기가 저한테 가장 적시라고 생각합니다.
전 지금 한 70% 넘었다고 하니까 위드 코로나 해야 된다고 생각하고 왜냐면
Hold on. Kevin Logan is on the panel with them? I gotta watch this. I gotta see this. Sorry. I gotta check this out.
Problem, billions of dollars in damage, dozens of people killed, like David Dorn, like the nameless person that was killed in Minneapolis that burnt in the pawn shop in the first.
All right, we don't have to bring up
this
specifics.
shit is real.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, it is the violence is real.
Let's watch it on Destiny's stream.
You're attributing all of that to BLM, and I really just don't think that we should at all. When there's these what are you're shaking your head.
Let him finish.
You're shaking.
She hasn't even spoken. Ariana, wait, I'll mod. Sorry.
Even though you didn't look into almost any of these militias that I said that I brought up, where they go with they're there with armed protests. They do an armed protest against BLM, which agitates more, which adds some more violence. So you can say at these 100% those BLM demonstrations did turn violent, but you can't just say that was all because of just BLM.
Okay, wait. Can I ask a point of question? I have a really important point of question. So I agree with you 100%. But how can you simultaneously say that you cannot attribute all violence, then say that every person that shows up to oppose that violence is opposing all of BLM? You can't have that both ways.
I don't think I said that. Did I say that?
Okay, you might not have particularly because you seem like pretty reasonable. But when the broader conversation is anybody that shows up to oppose any amount of BLM violence is there to oppose.
Oh, it's Kevin Logan.
For BLM, people
See
are like,
that?
well, that doesn't represent all of BLM. That can't be both ways, right?
Yeah, I mean,
this is Kevin's debate. Ready? Kevin's gonna debate Destiny. He's gonna be like, "Well, you're a Nazi," and then he's gonna cross his arms and just sit back, thinking he made an argument.
Happens, and I don't think literally all of them should be called white nationalists, white supremacists. I think I just said that I can understand a person just looking at what happened and be like, they may be connected to that group. I can see you saying that. On that same token, I can understand people looking at the BLM, looking at the.
Baron, are you sure, I'm gonna have a purge of my chat because when I'm on low viewers, and I am on really fucking low viewers today, like extremely low for the past 2 days, just exceptionally low fucking viewers, the annoying fucks come out of the fucking woodwork. Are you sure Mao is a communist? I don't want to fucking live in your fucking mental prison and have your mental rot. Where you fucking purity to... Just shut the fuck up. Do not ever come back to this fucking community again. You are fucking banned. I want nothing to fucking do with you. And all of the fucking weirdos come in my fucking chat when I'm on low viewers because they think it's their fucking time to shine. No, it's fucking not. I would rather quit streaming forever and never stream for the rest of my fucking life than deal with these fucking mental prison derangement fucking psychopaths on fucking Discord with anime profile pictures. Get the fuck out of my chat. I want nothing to do with you. You fucking purity testing idiot. Are you sure, Mao? Are you sure you have the rights to virtue signal about communism? I am gonna purity test you. Fuck off!
I still think that all in all, protesting after dark is just, it sets you up for so many bad things. Like, that's when all the bad stuff happens typically. It's like,
are you sure Mao is a communist? Are you sure Mao, the founder of the biggest fucking communist party in the world, is a communist? Are you sure Mao, who is universally acknowledged and recognized and known as a communist, is a communist? What the fuck does communism mean if he's not a fucking communist? Shut the fuck up, you dumbass. Nobody cares about your fucking Discord purity testing fucking litmus test about who is and isn't a fucking communist. I'm trying to chug along this stream to the very end, despite the abysmally low fucking viewers decimating my fucking average viewer count. But it's really hard when these fucking people are in my chat, basically telling me to end stream and stream another day.
To all of the BLM stuff and the rioting and the ACAB and all that shit. So like it just doesn't bode well to get violent. It hurts your movement so much.
Okay. And then I want to ask Shark. I saw Shark. You had a tweet about how you think that like both sides should be armed. What do you guys think about like armed protests in general? I'm a Canadian. I think it's
Genji with the 5. Holy fuck, Genji! Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Genji with the 5. Thank you so much, man.
Shark. You had that take about the.
Listen, if those guys can show up and protect property that's in their community, then I think BLM protesters can show up with guns and protect their protest.
Based.
It's so scary.
Absolutely based.
I was gonna say, I'm with him on this. That I think it's sad that America has such a issue with guns and stuff. I'd have to own a gun because other people have fucking guns. So like you have to be able to defend yourself, and you can't realistically otherwise. It seems.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about like the security paradox there. Like obviously, I mean, you're protesting, and then
look how tame Kevin Logan is,
and then you feel threatened
when he's in the presence of his authorities. Look how like soft spoken and tame he is when he's on these fucking panels. Complete coward, dude.
And then that's
this is the guy who fucking attacks me every day on his fucking stream, harasses the shit out of me 24/7. By the way,
many cities across the country where BLM protests have dried up because of that. So
That's
I mean,
outrageous. No.
what?
No, that's why would they? Because they fear people constitutionally
Shooting them?
engaging
Yeah.
in their. Okay, well,
I mean,
if
listen.
you're
I'm gonna be
unwilling
honest
to
with
have
you.
your-
I wouldn't show up to a protest if I thought counter protesters there are gonna have fucking
Yeah,
guns.
like you show up to
So
a
first
BLM
off-
protest and then some like random dudes.
yo, we got this guy. Watch Muhammad Hijab, recent video on China and the Uyghurs. That is the real man. You are embarrassing yourself. Delete your nothing of a channel. My man, are you devoid of basic logic and principles? Are you so devoid of basic logic that you cannot see Muhammad Hijab is the greatest debater? Delete your channel.
And then like shit can pop
True.
off.
No, I think the best solution would probably be like the police, who we already
Wait,
give
sorry,
the.
go ahead, Shark. Yeah.
He is anti-China. It's because he is working for MI6 and the CIA. And we've all known that for a long time. He has only ever served the interests of the State Department, whether we are talking about in Syria with the so-called Arab Spring, whether we are talking about in Libya, whether we are talking about in China. he has peddled the same line in defense of the State Department's goals. So there is no reason to think Mohammed Hijab is not CIA or MI6.
It's perfectly fine strategic sense for you to want to get armed. I can 100% see that, because if not, if someone starts spraying into your crowd, there's nothing that you can really do about it.
Okay.
So
just a
yeah, go ahead,
things.
Rob, and then I want to start wrapping up. So we'll go like maybe 5 more minutes. I don't want to keep you guys too long. Go ahead.
Okay, if people have the constitutional right to carry firearms, then they should be allowed to do it. I don't care if they're with BLM or with the people. Now, the irony of all of this is, first, Shark just makes the absolute most salient point. The reason that people feel the need to show up armed and do something is because the people that control the narrative in this country allowed or celebrated or ignored riots occurring over and over and over and over.
No. He was going to have a discussion with Jordan Peterson, and Peterson canceled? Why the fuck did Peterson cancel? You've lost the plot. Get off Twitch. No way Jordan Peterson canceled. Hold on. Muhammad Hijab. Jordan Peterson. He canceled? What? Jordan Peterson?
Be watching this now since he
is Muhammad Hijab allowed on Twitch? Is he even allowed on Twitch? I don't know. Is he banned? Does anyone know? Is he allowed?
He would, only because he exercised his Second Amendment right. That was the only protection he had. The police weren't going to help him at all.
You don't think there was any agitation from having that around?
It should be the opposite. It should be.
Can
the
I
opposite.
ask a question?
No,
Do you
like
think
they're
it would have been?
and this is amazing. This is great because there are lots of places that have banned open carry during protests. I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
The way that people
Why?
use those guns and what?
Why? Why is
Because
that
it threatens
Because the
your
way that
right
people
to
use those
protest
guns and the
peacefully.
implicit threat that of that weapon there does 100% provoke people and make situations worse. They just do. It's not saying that you can't carry a gun. You can still conceal carry if you want. You just can't open carry. It just makes the situation worse. You keep saying why. It makes the situation worse. And we can.
Oh, it'll come out in December 13th?
It makes things worse. I'm sorry, but
Why would he be banned? I don't know.
But we can ban open carry, which does make things
Yes.
worse.
Do you believe that he would have been attacked if he wasn't armed?
One sec.
Like, honestly, honest question.
One sec. So, Rob, I want you to answer, but I want you to address Shark's question and Ariana's question at the same time. Go ahead, Ariana.
Sure.
So I have a couple questions. Number one, do you think that he would have been attacked the same way if he wasn't armed? And number two, when we allow open carry on either side to a protest, you really start to threaten the whole.
This is a extremely chauvinist panel. These are all men, and there's only one woman. Ever think about that?
With AR-15s or whatever the fuck rifle, they get kind of turned off by the protests. Not gonna lie.
Oh wait, hang on, wait. So,
Can I speak?
Yeah.
I think you have some good takes on some topics, brother, but you are completely wrong about China. You think what they are doing is right. You can't be serious. Are you so devoid of basic logic and mental thinking that you are devoid of basic logic?
Have a gun.
Yeah, her 2 points contradict each other, right? Her first point is, well, by having the gun, it escalated. And the second point is, people are more reserved if someone's open carrying and less likely
Utterly devoid of logic.
Right? The truth is, if you are open carrying as opposed to concealed carrying, that's the biggest signal. Don't fuck with me. Don't come at me. Don't charge me. Don't try to hit me with a skateboard. There's no evidence that he attacked Rittenhouse because he had a gun. The evidence seems to suggest he attacked Rittenhouse because Rittenhouse was trying to put out, or at least suggesting he was going to put out, the fires that Rosenbaum was setting.
With
That's
what,
why
though? How is he
chased-
gonna put? How is he gonna put out the?
He was going to do exactly. What's the point?
No, he was
So
apparently
there is
an
no evidence-
EMT and
Why
a
do you only
nursing
interrupt
student
me?
too.
Because I'm a man?
No.
You only interrupt
No.
me because I'm a man? Is that what?
What?
It is?
All right, fuck this.
No, you have
he's a
literally
man
been
then.
taking
Is
over
that
this
what's
for
going on?
this whole
I'm done,
entire
I'm done,
debate,
I'm
Rob.
done, I'm done,
You have
I'm
literally
done.
been talking over everybody,
I'm finished.
Rob.
I'm finished. All right.
Like,
Listen,
what
I'm done,
are you
I'm done,
saying
I'm done,
right
I'm
now?
done, I'm done.
You
I'm done.
love to hear yourself
All right,
speak,
all right,
dude.
I do. You're right.
You do.
Okay,
It's
okay.
very
Hold on.
clear.
Can I ask one question for finale?
Let me show you guys something really quick. I gotta show you guys something.
No more
Team,
questions.
please.
I've muted.
Wait, not
I've
even from
muted
Dr.
everyone.
Red Pill? He's only talked like 3
No,
times.
no.
When did you find out about
Hey, I just have to show really quick.
When did you find out about your dad? Find out what? That he's gay? My dad's not gay. You sure? My dad is. No kidding. Yep. You smell like strawberries. It's my lip gloss. Cool. Does it taste like it smells? You want to find out? Sure.
Oh Allah the Almighty, Allahu Allah, protect me and guide me, Allahu Allah, oh to your love and mercy, Allahu Allah, Ya Allah don't
Say. Okay, let's go around and do closing statements. I want to hear from Dr. Red Pill, and then you can also plug your channel or whatever, your 2K fucking NBA 2K you play. I don't know, whatever you want to do. Go ahead.
I got nothing to plug.
Would I debate Muhammad Hijab? Are you so utterly devoid of logic? Yes, I would.
Juror is Rittenhouse guilty or not guilty?
Okay, fair enough. And did you have fun on the panel? Do you have any opinions? That's it?
No, it was great.
All right.
Thanks for the invite. It was super fun.
No worries. All right, let's go to answer Dr. Red Pill's question. You can make your closing statement on this topic and whatever else you want. Go ahead.
Sure. I guess to answer the question, I didn't watch the trial. I personally don't give a shit. Okay. It seems.
Hold on, I'm gonna show you the memes. Alright, this is what it is. Ready? The guy in my chat, listen.
Are you sick in the mind? Are you that mentally enslaved and intellectually subservient and intellectually molested and ideologically molested?
Are you that mentally enslaved and intellectually subservient? Ideologically molested?
Robbie, what's on your radar?
Are you sick in the mind? Are you that mentally enslaved and intellectually subservient and intellectually molested and ideologically molested?
Can just push our politics, and in time I think we will get there. The country's been moving left as we go on. All right, so I think that's about as much as I want to add. My name is Shark 300. That's the word shark, the number 3, the letter 300. That's the word shark, the number 3, the letter O, and the word 0. I do political memes, commentary videos. I do pre-recorded videos as well sometimes too. You should check out our Gamba night. We're playing Mario Kart.
Jeez. All right, Shark. Thank you so much. I really
And that will get 10 views.
So much. All right, let's go over to Rob Noor. Go ahead, Rob. Thank you for coming on. Sorry I had to cut you off a few times. I hope you understand.
Oh, Rob Noor's the based guy that went on Jackson's thing, and he's in our Discord. He's in our Showdown Discord. Sorry, I was going to call it a Royale.
Aggressive Brett, I bet 95 would pick me. Anyways,
no,
he's
listen,
guilty.
Fucking hell, bro. I go ahead and
Oh,
fucking plug
you know
this.
what? Genuinely, it literally makes my day that I trigger you so much that every single time you speak, you have to bring me up. Like, I'm literally
Honestly, that
sitting
is
here
pretty
on my
based.
phone unbothered as fuck, and you keep bringing my name up. So it's based as fuck that you are so triggered by me. I live to...
This is what all the girls on the Royale say to me.
Okay,
go ahead.
So yeah,
Go
let's
ahead,
see if
Rob.
I can get through this. I'm triggered so much. Let's see if I'll be able to get through this closing statements. He's not guilty. I did watch. I watched a large portion of this trial. He is not guilty based on the facts, and it's appeared that would be the case unless something radically changed since we first saw this footage. Look, I'll just say this: like, you could say that the country's moving left. And in many ways, that could be true. On some issues, left, on some issues, right. But I say this in all sincerity, not joking around. If the mentality that people on this panel have showed is allowed to be to be labeled as speaking for the left, you're going to get crushed, because this idea that everyone's racist that disagrees and you shouldn't be allowed to defend your property, and if you're doing the okay sign, that's racist. People are done with this shit. And people are waking up to see how the media misrepresented this, and they're going to start to realize that the media is misrepresenting shit all the time. And they're doing so to cause division in this country, and they're doing so because they have a political agenda. They're doing so because they have a political agenda, and they have a monetary agenda to do so. So I think that if you better hope that a voice like Des to the progressive voice that wants to shout racism around every corner and say that Rittenhouse is a murderer and was fake crying and shit like that, because it's going to cause significant losses for you in the future. And I'm all for it as a right winger. So my name's Rob Noor as a right winger. So my name's Rob Noor. You can find me predominantly on Twitch TV.
There's a delay.
All lowercase Rob Noor. I'm on YouTube at Normal America with Rob Noor. I stream almost every weeknight around 8 p.m. Eastern. Thanks for having me.
Not a fan of fucking name calling anybody, okay? You did it, she did it, everybody fucking did it. Who gives a shit? All right, let's go over to Progressive Brat. I guess let's hear.
These are just concluding remarks. I don't give a fuck about the concluding remarks. Hell, I don't care about their concluding remarks. Why don't you conclude on some good content? Why don't you conclude your way into some good content? Ever thought of that? Why the fuck is Bosnia in danger of breaking up?
Step by step, Bosnia is unraveling on account of a reckless political experiment. Bosnian Serb lawmakers plan to quit state institutions and form their own judicial, taxation, and military authorities for the autonomous Republika Srpska. Officials in Sarajevo say that it's a move towards secession, and that Bosnian Serb officials are deliberately trying to force the country to fail so that they can make their legal case for secession down the line. Russia and Serbia have expressed support for the Bosnian Serbs, while the Americans and the Europeans have remained indifferent.
Who gets the pyramids? Because there are pyramids in Bosnia. Thank you, Ghoul 1917. Appreciate you. Who gets the pyramids in Bosnia?
To the situation. Meanwhile, as a last-ditch effort, Bosniak organizations are now calling on Turkey to break its silence and speak out on behalf of Bosniaks. If nothing is done to hold back the secessionist drive, to hold back the splitting of the Bosnian military, another round of hostilities is possible. So why is this happening, and how did we arrive at this point? Because
I just wanted news. I didn't want to actually get into this. I just wanted some news. What is this? Never mind. But I saw something. Come on, give me a sec. Familiar with the cult that was behind the Korean? Yes, I am. I am familiar with that. I am actually familiar with it. Is Muhammad Hijab allowed? Is he allowed? Because I do want to watch him. But is he allowed? That's the question. Did Zerka watch him before? Did other streamers watch him? He's not banned. He took off his shirt. Oh, it's coming the 15th. It's coming tomorrow. So he's allowed. Why would Zerka watch him? I don't know. You can watch him. He's just an apologist who uses Christian arguments. Because he's going to go off against Jordan Peterson, and I want to see that. It's not on Twitch? Okay. Let me double check with someone. He's just going to respond to Jordan Peterson. I just want to know. Let me look it up. I'm going to look it up on Google. I'll look it up on Google. Oh, he streamed on Twitch. He streamed on Twitch before. Not himself, but he's been on Twitch before. Okay. Well, if he starts saying like risky things, we'll just exit out. But he's just gonna respond to Jordan Peterson's allegations about the prophet. Do I think Stalin was killed? Possibly.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you guys doing? This is inshallah the first of a series of correction videos which we'll be putting forward inshallah about Dr. Jordan Peterson's content, especially in relation to Islam. Now, for those who know, we were meant to be having, me and Dr. Jordan Peterson, a discussion, and this discussion was meant to happen actually 3 times, and it was cancelled, unfortunately, that many times in a span of 6 months. Now, for whatever reason. In fact, the third reason was, or the third time he gave me the reason that it was because he had other guests and other topics that he wanted to kind of speak about. But no problem. I know that Dr. Jordan Peterson may be watching this now, since we've had such communication with his team and with himself for over a long span of time. So this is the first and probably one of the most important videos about some of the wording that Dr. Jordan Peterson has decided to use about the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And in his public output, this is probably the...
No, you didn't debate Ask Yourself. Did he debate Ask Yourself? Did Muhammad Hijab debate Ask Yourself? Yes, we're gonna watch that right after. We're gonna watch that right after. Hold on. No fucking way. Ask Yourself. Is his name? No, he didn't. There's a guy named Jack. Which video are you talking about? Send me the video and mods, vet it so no one in the video is banned. They'll finish the podcast release mid-December. Somebody DM it to me. DM me the video you're talking about on Twitch. Send it to me. Okay, regardless, I hate Muhammad Hijab's attacks on China. But him going after Jordan Peterson, I definitely can stand behind that. I can definitely stand behind that.
The most developed speech he has on the topic. So let's see what he has to say and come back and commentate on it.
If you look at the figure of Christ, and I don't care if you're religious or not, and I don't even care if Christ existed or not, and I certainly don't.
You know, Zizek said something that's so fucking true. Dude, Zizek's hilarious. You know what Zizek said? And as a Muslim, I'm confirming Zizek's correct. He was like, before his debate with Peterson, like a day before, someone was interviewing him in the car, and he was like, yeah, I wonder if Peterson's gonna be like those Muslim debaters who just quote like 1 trillion sources and you can't say anything because you can't check. Like, that is what Muslim debaters do. They come and they'll just quote like 1 million things and a bunch of like evidence, like, are you aware? Sorry, like, are you aware that the scientists, that said it? You can't even, you don't even know what they're talking about. So Zizek was like, Jordan Peterson's just like them, and I told him he can't quote, like, don't bring a bunch of fucking books and evidence and shit, you know? That's what he said. And as a Muslim, that's facts. I remember when I became an atheist and I went up debating a bunch of like Muslim apologists or whatever that were trying to convince me otherwise. They are just like that, dude. 100%.
care at the moment about claims to divinity or the lack thereof.
Here's what unfortunately, the issue is, I think in a debate with Jordan Peterson and Muhammad Hijab's gonna ignore like everything. He's gonna ignore the Jungian, like when Jordan Peterson's like the lobsters and chaos and the Christ. Like he's gonna ignore all of that, and he's gonna be like, "Are you so mentally molested? You can see in chapter first, this first surah of the Quran." He's gonna overwhelm Jordan Peterson, and Peterson's gonna be like, "Okay, dude, okay, fine." It's like he's just gonna tire him out, you know. He's just gonna tire him out, 100,000%. He's just gonna tire him out.
Just speaking as, let's say I'm speaking as a...
Bro, you're so right. They just want shahadas. In case you guys don't know what shahada means, it's like, so to officially become a Muslim, all you have to do is recite that there is only one God and Muhammad is his messenger. So you have to recite the shahada. A lot of these Muslim apologists, they speed run it because they just want you to recite the shahada. They're done. They're going to heaven. They don't they don't care about like philosophy or like the nuance or any of that kind of shit. It's like 1, 2, done, you know?
Secular intellectual.
What do you mean Muslim apologists? I don't know what else to call them. Like popular preachers or something. They do make it very efficient.
I mean, as a figure,
Yeah.
he's a figure of peace. I don't think that that's disputable. I mean, he wasn't a warlord. That's one thing that's for certain. He never led armies, you know, whereas that's not the case with Muhammad at all. Muhammad was clearly and indisputably a warlord. And so it isn't obvious to me what to make of that, except that it's bloody complicated.
Well, I think the first thing we have to do is define what a warlord is. Now, this is a definition from Collins. If you describe a leader of a country...
First thing he does is consult the definition.
or an organization as a warlord, Collins tells us, you are...
Bro, let me tell you, BreadTube doesn't stand a chance. No one stand a chance. The only people who can defeat me, and I'm not even kidding, are like Muslim... If this guy debated me, he would destroy me. He would make me look stupid. Not even lying. This guy would make me look like a fucking idiot if I debated him. He would actually make me look like an idiot. Because Islam is the antithesis of the Anglo box, the two are like two united together. It's dialectics. So this guy would make me look like a fucking idiot if I debated him. Be like, are you that mentally molested and ideologically perverted? Are you that mentally subverted?
Critical of them because they have achieved power by behaving in an aggressive and violent way. Kimberly Martin, in a piece that she wrote called Warlordism in Comparative Perspective, this is in political science literature, she actually defines warlord in 4 different ways. She says, number 1, that they trained armed men to take advantage of the disintegration of a central authority to seize control over relatively small slices of territory. Number 2, she says that their actions are based on self-interest, not ideology. And number 3, their authority is based on charisma and patronage, ties to their followers. And number 4, this personalistic rule leads to the fragmentation of political and
Thank you, Mango.
economic arrangements across the...
Bro, I've got to say, you've gotten fat. Who the fuck just types that in chat? You guys just say anything. I'll just say anything.
country. So these are, if we look at this now, we've got one dictionary definition. Obviously, you can look at other dictionaries, but we have one, if you want to call it that, terminological definition from the literature, from the political science.
Biceps lacking. Really, my biceps are lacking. Wow. So this is what lacking looks like, right? Shut the fuck up, bro.
Literature. Now, Jordan Peterson is famous for saying you have to be precise in speech. Now, I want to say to Jordan Peterson that unfortunately, according to these two definitions,
power level,
using the term war.
Thank you, Ray. Appreciate you.
Warlord is not precise because, in fact, the Prophet would be disqualified from being a warlord as per those definitions. Why so? Because the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, how did he achieve power? Now we have to look at, obviously, you have the Meccan period and the Medinan period. This is the kind of categorization, the biographical categorization of the Prophet's life. You had two major, or his premiership as a prophet, his time as a prophet. You had the Meccan period, 13 years, and then 10 years in the Medinan period. No! When the Prophet was migrating, or when he was being boycotted and persecuted, and this we know in the seerah, in the biography of the Prophet.
He did a video with Richard Wolff. Muhammad Hijab did a video with Richard Wolff. After this, we're gonna do the Ask Yourself one, then we're gonna do the Richard Wolff one. Someone give me the Ask Yourself fucking video. Can you link it in the Discord? Put it in general. I still haven't gotten a fucking DM for it. Link it now.
He was being persecuted. His friends and followers were being persecuted in Mecca for 13 years. There was then a transition period where the Prophet ﷺ, peace and blessings be upon him, tried to religiously incentivize groups and tribes outside of Mecca in order to move away and to move his followers away from such boycott and persecution that they were facing for a very long span of time. So he went to Taif, which is a place outside of Mecca, and he was rejected fiercely. I mean, this is the thing about the Prophet Muhammad. You have to humanize him, because he was a man, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who was an orphan. Okay, think about this for a second. He was a man who was an orphan. He was a man who buried all of his children except for one. He was a man who
in this video, okay, give me a sec. First 10 minutes. Is there anyone, Tariq, can you do me a favor, or someone do me a favor? Can you check if anyone in this video is banned from Twitch? Jack Einsenreich, Twitch. He's not, I don't know. I have no idea. Someone check it out for me, please. Mods, someone.
His wife died, Khadija. His uncle died, Abu Talib, who was one of the most protective and actually the central protective figure in his life. And this was in the Meccan.
You can show people that's been banned on Twitch. People are just saying false things now. No, you can't!
Period. And he wasn't even a Muslim, by the way. And when that protection went away, he had to then seek it from other places. So he went to Taif, and Taif was a neighboring city, and they rejected him fiercely. And if you look at the reports of that, they threw stones at him, they taunted him, he was bleeding, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, so much so that his sandals were filled with blood. This is the person you're talking about as being a warlord. And then after that, when he was rejected from that particular city, he went to another place, which was then called Yathrib, which would then be called...
You people misunderstand that rule. Where are you getting this from? Where are you getting this from?
Medina, where two tribes or clans called Al-Aws al-Khazraj.
Where are you getting that idea that you can show people who've been banned from?
Were there.
That's not true.
Now these two tribes, they
from the terms, DM them to me on Twitch and I'll read it.
Accepted the message of Islam. And then they decided to put the Prophet as the leader of the polity of Yathrib. So he was made into the leader of the polity of Yathrib, not through aggression or violence, but through popular support. And this disqualifies him from being a warlord, according to the dictionary definition that we've just seen. And in fact, according to the terminological definition that we've also just seen as well. So this is...
I've personally always hated the argument. I think Orthodox Christians don't make this argument. I think the only people who make this argument are like Protestants, I think. I don't know, maybe Catholics make it too. I've always hated the argument of like, oh, Muhammad was worse because he actually fought in battles and shit, and that makes him impure and that makes him human. And I always felt like that's just hypocritical. I felt that was hypocrisy because Christianity had real world consequences, and the Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire because they fucking painted it on shields. Like this, you know what I mean? Yeah, I've always thought that was just a shitty argument. I've always hated that argument a lot.
In fact, Jordan Peterson, and this is very important for you because it's one of your rules in your book. This is imprecise speech. It is imprecise.
Like war was a part of life. I just hate. It reminds me of like a leftist hypocrisy in a way. Like, oh yeah, you just you shouldn't you shouldn't be in the world. You should just shun yourself from reality. Like I just found it hypocritical, you know.
Precise, imprecise speech, inaccurate speech, and what is really incumbent upon you, I think, from an intellectual perspective, is for you to make a formal retraction about this. To say, actually, I used imprecise speech.
To be fair, I'm gonna do sword cuts both ways. Muslims also make stupid arguments against Christianity as well, especially the Trinity one. I think a lot of Muslims just don't get the Trinity. They just do not understand. Like I agree. I do reject the Trinity personally. I reject it. But I also know what it means, and it doesn't mean polytheism. Like I reject it for reasons, but I'm not strawmanning what the Trinity is. You know what I mean? A lot of Muslims strawman the Trinity as like this idea that there's three gods, or that how can three be one? Because it's three different fucking forms of the same thing.
Because I used one aspect of this man's life inaccurately to typify his whole character. And by the way, warlords, and I've looked at a lot of your videos, because remember, we were meant to be speaking to each other for a span of 6 months. And I've seen the...
It definitely means polytheism, and it's definitely not in the Bible. Maybe you could say the final logical consequence of it is polytheism, but it's more like the reason I'm saying this is because of Hegel. I understand from Hegel that one takes the form of three, right? You have the one, the negation, and then the negation of the negation. Also, this is true for Islam as well. But that's the thing for Islam, is that all is reconciled in one. The three is reconciled in the third term, the negation of the negation. That's why what should be investigated, if you want to understand the bridge between Christianity and Islam, is what is the positive consequences of the Holy Spirit? What's the positive consequence of the Holy Spirit after the crucifixion? And you will understand the context that gave rise to Islam, if you understand that.
Majority of your videos, I've read the majority of what you've written, even peer-reviewed stuff, by the way.
Trinity, which means three parts, one God. No, it makes sense, trust me. You have the original, whatever, God the Father, the negation, Christ the Son on the cross, and then the negation of the negation, which is the Holy Spirit. It's a really simple dialectic.
The word warlord, interestingly, you have not used it with...
It's a misunderstanding. The reason why there's a Trinity is because Christianity wants to reject what it perceives as a heresy from Judaism, to the extent of my knowledge.
To my knowledge, any other person except for the Prophet Muhammad. So if it was about leading armies, then why not use that with Harry Truman, who detonated bombs on Japan, Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
Either way, look, at the end of the day, Islam's more similar to Judaism, right? That's the truth. Almost so that they were really not really that different of religions during the Islamic times, like the Middle Ages or whatever, right? They're very, very similar, like, you know, extremely similar. But the truth is that Islam was also about Jesus. Right? Like, Muhammad was the prophet that was sent to make sense of what that whole Jesus thing was about. That's the point of Islam. It's about the aftermath of Christ, right? So it is a very Christ-centric religion, actually. He's not just a footnote, and he's also not just another prophet. He's a very important prophet in the religion, right?
Nagasaki. Why not use it with Winston Churchill, who led campaigns in Dresden and Hamburg in World War II? Okay, and which was targeting civilians. The Prophet Muhammad unequivocally denied the targeting of civilians.
Muhammad, the final prophet, greatest man to ever live. I mean, as a Muslim, I do believe that. I do believe he was probably the greatest man to ever live. It's hard for me to, yeah, that is really my view. I'm not just saying that. I don't even know if I'm just saying that as a Muslim. I don't know. That is my view, though. He was the greatest man to ever live. Like, yeah.
So why only use it with the Prophet Muhammad? Why have you...
Like, the way I see it is that he completed the message of Christ. He completed the message of Christ, and he realized what is the consequence of Christ's message on earth. And he was a living example of a person realizing that message to me.
Never used it on your public output, on your books, with any other figure except for the Prophet Muhammad. What kind of exceptionalism is this? What kind of fetishization is this? What kind of exoticism is this? What kind of Western gaze is this? Orientalizing.
Are you that intellectually molested and ideologically molested?
The narrative is this. You got to think about this, because if it was about leading armies, then all of these other figures also led armies. More so, the biblical figures. Joshua, Moses, they led armies. But
true. Facts.
When you mention their name, you don't automatically, it doesn't spew off your tongue the term warlord. So why is it the case that you've made this...
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I've been making fun of this guy, but he made a very, very, very convincing response to Jordan Peterson. And I'm saying that as a guy who came into this ready to make fun of him. He made a very, very good argument. I'm not even lying.
Exception for the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You are a clinical psychologist. You're a clinical psychologist, Jordan Peterson.
Dude, this guy makes quick work of Jordan Peterson. There's absolutely no fucking way Jordan Peterson could stand a chance debating this guy.
And you also self-profess ignorance on the religion of Islam. The fact that you've used the term warlord to define...
That's why he's doing an offline podcast, you're right.
The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam as an adjective, as a primary adjective when it comes to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, is almost equivalent to you with a limited data set of information as a clinical psychologist labeling a client or a patient of yours. That is the equivalent. Now, what would happen if you did that in practice? You would be shunned. You would be not accept. How can you label someone after or only gathering very limited information about them? So is this a cognitive bias that exists within you? And you have to ask yourself this question, because it's some kind of a projection or a scapegoating of the Prophet Muhammad and Islam? Or is it because you're trying to energize your base, which is an alt-right base? Or is it because you're trying to perpetuate a clash of...
You know, why don't you just say he was ignorant? Because that's what I think. I think Jordan Peterson didn't really... I just think he didn't give it much thought, you know? I don't really think he's got an agenda against Islam. I just think he doesn't... He's not really that knowledgeable of a guy to be... You know what I mean? Like, bro, chill. I feel like this is the type of dude where, like, if you slip up and make one mistake, he's gonna read into it and be like, are you trying to perpetuate a class of civilizations? Are you that mentally enslaved? I'm sorry.
Civilization's narrative. Or is it because of genuine ignorance? In either or...
It's genuine ignorance, trust me.
Any of these situations, what is once again incumbent upon you, Jordan Peterson, I say this through or out of genuine...
Okay, all prophets are equal, I agree.
Honestly, and authenticity. I think what is incumbent upon you, and I know you're watching this, I know you're listening to this, is that you make an official retraction of this statement. Otherwise, you're going to have so many variables, which we've just mentioned, that you will not be able to explain. That you've used this term with the Prophet and you've not used it with any other political leader. This is unjustifiable to say the least. You've not used it even with biblical prophets, which led armies. So once again, it's unjustifiable. Now let's move on to the second part of this, which is your comparison, your false comparison, with all due respect. Your false comparison of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and Jesus Christ. Now, the first thing is, you said that Jesus was a figure of peace. Now, we agree with that. We love Jesus Christ as Muslims because we must believe that Jesus Christ was a prophet, a messenger.
Bro, you realize Jordan Peterson's an atheist? He doesn't even believe in Christianity. He uses it as a metaphor. He's a Jungian atheist. He's a new atheist who like is entertaining the spooky idea that what if there's more truth to Christianity than we first let on? But he's still an atheist, dude. He doesn't actually believe in any of that shit.
And the Messiah. We must believe in all of that. However, the question of him being a figure of peace really depends upon your interpretation. And if one was going to have a segmented, a decontextualized, and uncharitable reading of Jesus Christ.
Like Jordan Peterson's like one of those new atheist Reddit guys who was like, he was like, well, wait a second. What if it turns out stunningly that the science doesn't add up, but it seems there's more truth to Christianity than I first imagined? And what are the implications? Oh, Nietzsche talked about this. And I am walking a dark path, and Reddit is not by my side. But I go to the end of the tunnel, and Reddit is waiting there for me. The thing about Christ, that it's an analogy for the evolutionary psychological strategy to when he was being crucified, he was just extending his arms because it's a show of dominance to attract females. And it all makes sense. You know what I mean? Like
in the Christian tradition, okay, then one can come to the conclusion that he was not a figure of peace. And I'll tell you how. Point number one, Jesus Christ, as Christologically or understood, Christologically in the sense that Protestants and Catholics understand him to be, is inseparable from the rest of the Trinity. As such, all of those massacres that you see in the Old Testament, of the Canaanites and the Amalekites and so on, are or would be commanded by Jesus Christ, according to this Christological understanding. Now, let me give you one example, a very famous verse. I'll read it word for word, so once again, I'm not misquoting anything. 1 Samuel 15:3, okay? Very famous commandment. In the
people are posting bugs in the Discord. Ban. Nope, not happening. We're not doing that. We're not going down that path. Mods, clean that up.
Testament. Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys. I would love for anybody to be able to find a single hadith or a single verse of the Quran which states these categories of people to be killed. In fact, the opposite is there. The opposite is in the hadith. You are not allowed to kill children. You are not allowed to kill non-combatant disbelievers. As the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said, "Man qatala mu'ahadan lam yarih ra'ihat al-jannah." Whoever kills a non-combatant, non-disbeliever, he will not smell the fragrance of heaven. So these categories of people, it's there in the Old Testament, and according to the Christological understanding, Jesus is not to be separated from the rest of the Trinity. So that's the first thing. Now you must say that's the Old Testament. And this is one of many verses. I can pull out, you can go on Google and see how many verses there are like this, of genocide and massacring. That's the first thing. The second thing is, well, look at Jesus himself. Once again, we're being uncharitable here. If one is being uncharitable and decontextual, one may pull out something from John chapter 2, verse 15, where it states, "So he made a whip out of cords and drove them from the temple courts. Both sheep and cattle he scattered the coins of the money changers and overturned their tables." This is violent behavior, someone can say. A skeptic can say, look at him, he's whipping people in the temple, or he's turning the tables over. Jesus is being very violent, according to the New Testament. And this is in his own life. So once again, is this a figure of peace? Once again, if we had an uncharitable, decontextualized, segmented understanding, one can say this is not a figure of peace, actually. Because this disqualifies him of being a figure of peace. Or what are the limits to this term, figure of peace? Do you have to be a pacifist? Well, does one have to be a pacifist to be a figure of peace? What if someone engages as war? Does that disqualify them from being a figure of peace? So that's another thing. Third thing is the book of Revelation. Now, in the eschaton, eschatologically, when Jesus Christ comes back, he will he will, let's see what he does. Yeah, coming out of his mouth is a sharp sword with which to strike down the nations. He will rule them with an iron scepter. He treads the
Why end my bug posting? Because it's gross.
winepress of the fury of the wrath of God Almighty. So he's going to come back and be violent. Now, these are things you may say, well, these are just interpretations of the Bible. I know that you have a spiritual kind of metaphorizing approach to the biblical text. I'm very aware of that. And you may say that that's not the way the historical Jesus, which I look at, or that how I interpret Jesus Christ. But then I have to say to you, Jordan Pearson, with all due respect, your interpretation of Jesus Christ is irrelevant in the grand scheme of the Christological understanding for 2,000 years of history. Church fathers up until present day people, scholars of Christianity, interpret these things as literal. Okay, scholars of Christianity almost as a consensus, a matter of consensus, agree that Jesus is inseparable from the Trinity. So he would be implicated in telling people to genocide people in the village. People, Christians from the church fathers until this present day, believe that Jesus is going to have a second coming, and it will be a physically violent second coming. And if you want resources or references of this, they are very easy.
That's actually true. That they do believe that.
To come by. So once again, this fake dualism, with all due respect, this didactic representation, this
dude, all you have to do is look at the history of Christianity was very violent historically, just like Islam was, right? All religions were. But you don't even need to find this books.
Dichotomy that you've created, figure of peace versus warlord, it's like a deck of cards. If you just pull one card out, falls over. It's a false comparison, and it relies upon
swallowed a piece of hair.
Uncharitable, cherry-picked examples of the text, and this requires a retraction as well. In order for, with all due respect, one's intellectual integrity to be maintained, I think at least you should say, I suspend judgment until I've done more investigation. This is the second point. The third point I must say is, and this is the last point I will be making, why compare what Muslims consider as a prophet with what Christians consider as a god? Let me say that one more time. Muslims believe that Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is the final prophet. They believe that he is the final prophet of a long list of prophets: Abraham, Moses, Jesus, yes, as well. Jesus, yes, the Messiah, and the Prophet Muhammad. We believe that he is وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا كَافَةً لِلنَّاسِ. He was sent for all of humanity. As the Quran states, we have not sent you except for all of humanity. But Christians believe, on the other hand, and this, by Christians I mean here, the vast majority of them across time and in today's demography, believe that Jesus is God. So why are you comparing a prophet to a god? It's not a like-for-like comparison, unless, and this is ironic, one has to come into what would at least be more commensurate with an Islamic understanding of who Jesus was, which is a man, not a god, in order for you to make that comparison. See, subconsciously you're thinking, I'm doing a man-to-man comparison. Or unconsciously, let's use exactly the psychoanalytic Freudian terms. Subconsciously is a vernacular term, right? Speaking to a psychologist, so I have to keep everything tight. But what I'm saying is, maybe unconsciously you've understood that this is a man and this is a man, and we can make a comparison like for like. But according to the Christological understanding, he is a man, Prophet Muhammad, Prophet Muhammad is a man, and Jesus is a god. What you should be doing, if you're being...
I thought Muhammad was supposed to be the perfect example of mankind, but he's still a man.
Theologically consistent, is comparing Allah to Jesus. Allah in the Quran is the God of the creator of the heavens and the earth, which we don't believe can be divided into Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. This is our major quarrel with Christians, theological quarrel. This is a bone of contention. We believe that Allah is the creator of all things, that It's not conceivable or intelligible or pardonable that anybody with a date of birth can be called God, and that Jesus is therefore disqualified from being God. And by the way, I think many Christians listening to me right now resonate with what I'm saying, and you know it, and you even resonate with it. They resonate with the fact that calling a man God, God man, this is something which is unintelligible in the mind of human beings. And this is the real bone of contention. So why make this false comparison between Christ, who is according to the Christian tradition a God, and Muhammad, who is according to the Islamic tradition a man in the first place? May it be because you have already accepted the Islamic premise that both of them are men. And if so, you're a step closer to Islam. And therefore, I'm going to end with this really. I invite you to really think about Islam as a true system, as a paradigm replacement to the Christian system. Because that might be what you're looking for. It in fact might be what you need, Jordan Peterson. But at the very least,
Jordan Peterson's gonna become Muslim.
Jordan Peterson, do me one favor. Do the right thing and make a retraction on this point, that the point of warlord, this comparison. Say that this is a hasty generalization. It was in your words, and you said this in your book, by the way, your newest book, 12 Rules. It's a low resolution blanket statement, a hypersimplification. These are your words, not mine. A hypersimplification. Think about it. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Cue the music. I want to see Ask Yourself. Let me see. So this is Hijat, Imran. Okay, these are all people who are... Ask Yourself.
Hey,
this
how are
guy
you guys?
coming on with some...
No, not this guy.
He said, I
Yeah,
don't see this.
I can get him in here in a
Wait, can we get Destiny versus Muhammad Hijab too?
second. He's just a bit of a boomer. He's older, but he's really good with philosophy.
Dude, this guy's Ask Yourself is literally surrounded. He's literally surrounded right now.
I can get him in whenever there's room in the studio.
All right, you make your point then.
Is that okay if I bring him in?
The thing is, I don't think there's any room in the studio right now, so.
Oh, there's not a way to have
Oh,
us.
is it Jack Anstrike?
Yes, Jack Angstrike. That's him.
All right, 1 second.
Ah, okay, perfect, great. Yeah. So how are you guys doing?
Fantastic.
No problem. I talked to you once before, Mohammed. I'm not sure if you remember that. It was about whether agnosticism entails a contradiction. That was on SC Dawa.
I can't
Anyone have the link for that?
remember. I'm really sorry.
It's
What's your
okay.
name?
I mean, you probably talked to like a ton of people. So my name's Isaac. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So what I was curious about is if there is, in fact, and Jack, do you have your mic working over there? It says you're muted, so you might need to unmute yourself. I was wondering if there is, in fact, some reason to think that a contradiction is entailed by agnosticism. Agnosticism being just the position that agnosticism being that one lacks a belief that P is true and lacks a belief that it's false, where P is...
Here we go with the PP. Look, when you bring in the PP, you already lose. You lose me. You already lost. Because, like I said, logical propositional logic cannot be asserted as a premise of arguments. If you're talking about God, you're not talking about a P. You're not talking about a P. A P is a fucking variable for propositional logic. You cannot proceed with the assumption that something like God can fulfill that variable right off the bat.
Is the proposition God exists.
Can I ask a question? Before you answer, Mohammed, can I just ask a question? So, you know your position, Isaac?
Yeah.
That then wouldn't have any bearing on my belief, would it? Because you don't know.
I don't see the relevance, I guess.
Yeah, what I mean is, so for example, as I said earlier,
the purpose of what we're doing here is to establish that the belief in a creator or an uncaused cause or a necessary being is not an illogical position to take, and is a reasonable position to take. Yeah. So if you're in an agnostic position where you don't know this way and don't know that way, you personally are not in a position to tell somebody who believes in a necessary being that they're wrong, are you?
Well, wait, but I'm not making a claim that someone's wrong. My question is...
That's what I'm saying to you. That's all, yeah. So you're not in a position to do that. That's fine.
Yeah, so well, wait, whether I'm in a position to do it is a separate question, but it's not what I'm doing.
Woo, damn.
So what I'm curious about is last time when I talked to Muhammad, he took the view that agnosticism is a contradiction. But...
I can't remember taking that exact view, to be honest. I can remember that on the SC, obviously I can't remember speaking to you personally, but I can remember that the topic that was on the floor to be discussed in SCDAO was whether atheism was rational. That was the topic. And what I was saying was that rationality is defined in a specific way where justifications are required, explanations are required.
Yes. As soon as this guy brought up PP, they were all like, okay, I don't want to talk about that. This guy's, he's bringing math into it. Call it off. We're just going to chill. We're chilling. All right, walk it back. We don't want to deal with that math shit, man.
And what I remember
not sign up for that
saying was that atheism doesn't offer any explanatory or refutational. It doesn't have any explanatory or refutational power. Therefore, to put atheism and rational together is an unjustifiable stance. I think that's where I stand on the matter. I don't know about it being contradiction or.
No, he said about agnosticism being a contradiction.
Right. I
can't remember taking that.
It is. Well, I did just watch over the video, and you can look it up. I have it titled as.
Stop you, forgive me, my brother.
Yeah, sure.
Forgive me. Have you come on the stream to respond to something that Mohammed Jab said on a different stream, on a different topic?
Well, on the topic of atheism, agnosticism.
No, have you come to, no. Have you come to respond to what we said today?
Well, what's the distinction, I guess? Because what I'm curious about, like, you can tell me if this is pertinent, right? What I'm curious about is the last time that I spoke to Muhammad, he took the view, and it's recorded. There's a video. It's duking it out with 4 Muslims. You can just search that on YouTube and you'll find it. It was a respectful conversation. He took the view that agnosticism entails a contradiction. Now, if he's no longer taking that view, if he's basically conceding that.
The discussion. I can't remember the discussion, and that's why it's important to, as Hamza keeps probing, it's important to stick on topic because.
Okay, well, would it be fair to just ask the question then? Do you still take that position?
It depends on what you're agnostic about, and
I'm agnostic about the proposition.
Holy fuck! I just realized something. This just came into my head. Please, someone correct me if I'm wrong. I just realized something. There's no religion in Twin Peaks. No one's religious. You never see anyone praying. You never even see anyone talk about God. You never see am I wrong? Is there an example? Holy fuck, I just realized that. It's like everyone in Twin Peaks is an atheist. I just realized that. The fuck?
That God exists.
I don't think that's inconsistent to be agnostic about the proposition that God exists. But what I do think,
hey guys,
is that I don't think it's inconsistent.
So
to be agnostic.
Just to be clear, so you do concede that last time when you tried to offer an argument for this, I can screen share it if you want. I mean, let's just say hypothetically,
I don't know. Are you? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, let's just say hypothetically, and people can confirm it by just looking up the conversation, duking it out with 4 Muslims. Let's say hypothetically that what you were doing in that conversation was taking the position that agnosticism entails a contradiction. If that is what you're doing, do you now state very clearly? Can I finish my question? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Entails a contradiction is different from is contradictory, right? So which one is it that you're saying?
We can go with entails. That's broader. That if it itself is a contradiction, or if a contradiction follows from it, that's fine.
No. Well, what I do think is that if you are an atheist, okay, if you don't have a necessary being pinning foundationally, right, what you believe in, then you will not be able to explain your rational faculties.
But
will
that's
not be able to
change of topic,
Yeah.
though. I'm asking
So
a
no,
specific question, right? So what
but
I'm
what's the question?
right.
No,
What I'm
tell us the
asking
question. I'll tell
is,
you what.
given
Sorry, let me just. Yeah. So, do you mind if I just respond?
if I could get the question out so that you could respond specifically
Just
to the
Yeah, go
respond,
question.
Mohammed. Go ahead.
Oh,
Can I just say this again?
Well, can I answer him? Because if you want to respond, that's fine. But I should probably ask.
Just a second. I'm just muting you a second. Please don't unmute yourself. Right. I'm going to repeat myself because I think you misunderstood what I said earlier. This stream is demonstrating why we believe.
Albert was a Buddhist, and the native guy. Yeah, but those were like traditional religions, and that was Buddhism. I'm talking about Christianity. There is no. What's the significance of that revelation? Because it shows so many ordinary Americans, but ordinary Americans, especially up there, they're religious. They got crosses and they go to church. And I didn't see one church. Was there even one church in that fucking show?
We have evidence to support the existence of a necessary being. All right. Atheists are invited to come on to challenge our reasons for that. You're an agnostic. You don't have a dog in the fight, mate.
Is it okay to unmute, or do you want to still say more?
You don't have a dog in the fight, mate.
Okay, well, I mean, look, I'm happy to have a conversation also about the topic of whether there's a good argument to think God exists, but
no. That's the only conversation we want to have.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll try asking one more time. If you won't answer, that's fine. But the only thing for that conversation,
Isaac, sorry, you just, I don't know why you're just ignoring me.
Just a quick point on the actual question you asked about agnosticism and whether there's a contradictory postulation there in saying.
I gotta be fair. I don't want Ask Yourself to win, but them kicking him was a soy move. That was a soy move. That makes me wonder: are they scared to hear are they scared to debate him? Because
and I think there is one. I think there is a contradiction there, and I'll tell you what the contradiction is.
Sure.
The contradiction is when you say I don't know, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're making a knowledge claim.
Jack, unmute yourself, mate.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome, Jack.
this poor kid, he's like,
Thank you.
Dude, this is a show of weakness. I'm actually disappointed. Why the fuck won't they just continue with it? That's a show. I'm sorry. That's a show of weakness. That's a show of weakness. I debated this guy for like 3 hours. You know?
Oh, I thought you guys wanted to talk about atheism.
Again, sorry?
I thought you guys wanted to talk about atheism or something.
No. We're inviting atheists to come on to challenge our position.
It's pretty easy. Religion's more private there. I don't buy it, dude. Americans are so religious.
Don't say
I think there's something interesting about that.
Please.
I'm an atheist.
No, I understand that. So, have you been watching the stream?
A little bit of it.
All right. Did you hear our position with regards to evidence for a necessary being?
Yeah, I didn't understand that.
So basically, the argument from contingency, the idea that you cannot have an infinite number of dependent things. There has to be an independent source.
Shit, it's
Do
recording
you agree
me.
with that or disagree
Yeah,
with that?
so I take it that arguments from contingency presuppose a principle of sufficient reason.
This guy's like, what? You what?
Yep.
Is that right? So you guys presuppose a principle of sufficient reason?
In what sense? Can you clarify that?
They're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
Principle of sufficient reason is is the idea that
I know the principle. I meant like in
fact,
what sense is it applicable in this context?
I thought that's how you run an argument from contingency.
In what can
one
you
of the
explain
premises
why
of
is
the argument?
how is it presupposing that? In what?
Well, the
I might
idea
agree
is,
with you, but I just need you to elaborate a little bit more on what aspect of the argument
Is this dude in the car?
requires the presupposition.
well, the idea is that contingent facts, if they're not explained by a further contingent fact, require a necessary fact for their explanation, because there can't be brute contingent facts given the principle of sufficient reason.
Okay, but what's contingent facts got to do with the arguments of contingent? Because here the category that I'm talking about is not fact. It's not a factual category. It's a category of existence. So if you want to call it
Well,
this,
I
the
thought
transcendental.
I thought the idea of a contingency argument was to reason from contingent facts, which, because of the principle of sufficient reason, require an explanation to a necessary fact.
Yeah.
He's like, what?
So you guys
but
hold
in terms of
to be fair, this guy's just not clarifying what he means. Like these people are people who reach out to, like, you know, average viewers, and he's just using big words to them. I understand what he's saying, but you have to be educated in the sphere of philosophy or whatever to understand it.
of like, okay, so what's the principle of sufficient reason, right? What is required in order for there to be a sufficient explanation? Is that what you're trying to get at?
I'm just making sure that you guys hold to a principle of sufficient reason.
Wait, but yeah, didn't Kant already destroy this? This is a pre-Kantian impossibility. Kant proved this wasn't possible, right? You can't arrive at a... Isn't that the term they used? Or does he reject it? I don't know. Does he actually reject it? Does he actually reject it? Watch the David Wood debate. Oh, I don't know if Kant rejected it. Yeah, I don't think he rejected it, actually. Did you see this tweet? What the fuck? You know what, Haas? I tweeted that right before I went to sleep in an extremely drowsy state. I now realize that I misread the exchange and I did, in fact, get it wrong. The right, honest thing to do is delete and apologize. Sorry for that. You know what? Props for honesty. Props for honesty. Props for honesty. Honestly. Dude, you know why I'm saying that? You know I'm saying respect, props for honesty? Because that tweet got like 1,000 likes. It went viral. His tweet got like 1,000 likes and went viral. So, I'm gonna give him props, dude. That, it takes a lot to admit you were wrong when your tweet goes viral. 1,000 likes. You know what I mean? So I'll give him props. I'll go ahead and give him props,
I hold to it. I have no problem in holding.
There's still one up with 3.7k likes up. Yeah, but this just goes to show that this person has no incentive other than just trying to be honest There you go.
To not only the principle of sufficient and necessary reasoning, but to all of the logical principles.
So if you hold to the principle of sufficient reason, you understand that that commits you to necessitarianism, right?
Pardon?
You understand that holding to the principle of sufficient reason commits you to necessitarianism, right?
In what sense?
Do you know what necessitarianism
This guy's just bringing in more buzzwords. Just clarify what you mean.
is?
No. Go ahead, please. Tell me.
It's the view that there's only one possible world.
Why would that be a necessary corollary?
Well, the idea is that if there's a necessary fact, let's say God, which explains some contingent fact, like the universe, right?
Yeah.
The idea is that some feature of God's nature, right, must explain the contingent fact, in this case, the universe,
But
right? Presumably something
I
like
think that once again, there's a bit of cross-purpose talking here because the category that I'm talking about is not fact, is existence. Do you see the point I'm making? If you wanted to,
the existence of the universe, right?
Pardon?
The existence of the universe, right?
No, so if we wanted to talk about this in terms of categories, right? Because what I don't want to happen is that there's a category mistake along the way. So I'm talking about in the category of existence. So if you want to call it a transcendental universal category, okay, the transcendental universal category that I'm outlining here is the category of existence. And so what I'm talking about when I'm talking about necessary existence is I'm talking about for every existence that exists, not fact here. I'm not talking about the category of facts. For every existence that exists, it can either be compartmentalized into one of three categories. Either impossible, it's like a set with no members. It's there's no such thing as a squared circle in reality, or contingent or necessary. So what I'm basically saying is that there can't be an infinite regress of dependent or contingent things because that would lead to an absurdity. Therefore, there is a requirement for a necessary existence. This is the language that I'm using.
Yeah, right. So my point was that a contingent, right, that's explained by. My point is that a contingent fact that's explained by a necessary being, such as God, right, must be explained by some feature of God, right?
I think once again you're not using the same language I'm using.
Universe.
I'm very careful with. I haven't used the word God and I haven't used the word being. I personally haven't used those words, and I haven't used the word fact. So my articulation, I just said, and I would like you to pay attention.
How am I not sleeping over this? Because I'm actually engaged.
And be fastidious to the wording here. I'm saying that in the category of existence, okay, there are three types of existence: impossible existences, which is like a set with no members. It's like a squared circle, doesn't exist. Then you have contingent things, which rely on other things in order to exist. And then you have necessary things, which don't rely on anything in order to exist. What I'm saying is that there cannot be an infinite regress of contingent existences. That leads to an absurdity. And the only way to stop that absurdity from transpiring
What's the
is to
absurdity
introduce
there?
the concept of necessary existence.
Wait a minute. What's the absurdity there?
Pardon?
What's the absurdity there?
The absurdity is if we say that something which is dependent is defined as something which relies upon something else in order to exist, and then you say that there's only contingent things that exist, contingent existences are in existence, that means you have things which depend upon other things, which depend upon other things, which require things.
Isn't it the Kantian argument? Isn't he just the Kantian?
To depend upon ad infinitum.
Isn't hijab just a Kantian here?
And that is impossible, because what is all of this supported by? What are your options?
I'm not really seeing the contradiction there.
Okay, so to explain to me how contingent existences or contingent things which is by definition something which relies upon something else, can depend upon something else which relies upon something else, which depends upon something else which relies upon something else ad infinitum.
You should debate me on Zerga's stream. No, debate on my stream. We're already here. Why don't you debate me right now? What do you guys want to debate about? And we'll report. I'm gonna probably raid Zerko when I'm done. So I don't want to debate on your stream. Why?
I'm just not seeing the contradiction.
You might not be able to see it, but you have to explain it if you think it's possible.
Well, if you're saying there's a contradiction there, you should be able to state the two propositions.
I said it's an absurdity. Once again, it's important to listen very carefully to
You got mod 2 days ago and bans everybody. That's why you should debate me in my stream.
Did you mean by absurdity? Did you mean that it's contradictory?
No. So it's good that you asked me that question. What I meant is it's inconceivable.
What difference does that make?
No, a contradiction has very specific denotation.
No, what difference does it make that it's inconceivable?
Wasn't Schlegel an asshole?
It's a different.
Pretty sure Schlegel was an asshole.
Wording, or you can check the two different words. But can you explain?
I'm just not understanding what the problem
is. A contradiction is defined in a different way.
I'm not understanding what I'm not.
Do you know what is a contradiction? Something which, under all circumstances and all interpretations, cannot be coherent. Okay. I'm saying that it's inconceivable, which is slightly different. You cannot think of it as being consistent. It's
We should just watch the Richard Wolff one, because this is just not entertaining anymore. We're gonna watch the Richard Wolff one. He's gonna talk to Richard Wolff, capitalism, Marxism, and Islamic economics. This one will be good. This will be good.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and welcome to the 11th episode of the MH podcast. I'm joined with an esteemed guest. He is Professor Richard Wolff, who's a professor of economics emeritus at the University of Massachusetts.
You know what's crazy? I'm a Muslim, but like, this is my guy here, right? Like, I'm with this guy. I don't identify with this guy. I identify with this guy.
And a visiting professor in a graduate program in international affairs of the New School University.
I relate more to this guy in this situation.
New York City. He is the founder of Democracy at Work and the host of the nationally syndicated show Economic Update. His latest book is The Sickness is the System When Capitalism Fails to Save Us from Pandemics, or itself, and is available along with other books on a link which we'll be providing on the bottom of the bio. In the comments section below. How are you doing, Professor?
Thank you for inviting me, and I'm fine.
Tell us, Professor, how you got into got into economics in the first place. What made you interested in this field?
Well, it is actually an interesting story. I went to college here in the United States, where I was born, intending to be a natural scientist. I don't know, physicist, chemist. That's what my parents wanted me to be. And in my first year, I took a course in economics because I was always interested in how the economy worked. I can't do this. Excuse me. And I went to this economics course and hoping to learn about how economies work and so forth. And the sad result was I was treated to a group of economics equations that didn't make much sense to me or to the other students. Everything was discussed in terms of what explains prices. I didn't take a course in economics to understand why prices are what they are. I wanted to understand the big questions. Why are some countries...
This guy's like, I do not care. Explain to me how this is about Islam.
rich and others poor? Why is there wealth?
That's very interesting because, see, in Islam, it's like...
on one side of the town and poverty on the other. Living in New York City area, I knew that story really well from personal experience, etc., etc. But economics had nothing to say to me. So I majored in history and I finished my program studying history. And the more I studied history, the more I recognized that it was the economy that shaped so much of what happened in history that I kind of had to bite my tongue and go back and learn the economics. So I went to graduate school in economics, and it was always a contest. What I was taught was not what I wanted to learn. What I was taught was mostly why the system we're living in, capitalism, although it was taboo to call it that at the time. Our professors were professors of the Cold War.
He just like, he already wants him to shut up.
Or here,
can you? When do I get to talk?
In the United States, where anything that sounded, looked, or had any vague resemblance to anything socialist, Marxist, or anything like that was so taboo that even words like capitalism were not supposed to be used. And so I was always in a kind of struggle with my professors. And what that did is shaped me. It shaped me because I had to learn to be able to argue with them, to be able to defend my critical perspective on what I was learning. And I found a few other students like myself, and we began what I did throughout my career, studying on my own with a student or two or three with me who had similar interests. And then, in a sense, I had two parallel tracks: the official, appropriate economics, mainstream economics, microeconomics, macro, all of that I had to learn. But on my own, I learned, to my great delight, that there was a vast literature which I could access in the library of people who were critical of capitalism, so that I could get in my classes all of the arguments for capitalism. And then as I went to the library with my friends, we could also read and think about...
What about Islam?
...about a critical perspective.
Are you that mentally enslaved and ideologically deluded?
Which was totally absent. And let me stress that, which may interest your audience. I went to what are usually considered the foremost universities in the United States.
Hold on. This is the person I was beefing with all last night. What did they say? Ha! Ha! L! Look at this L. Look at this fucking L. Look at this L they just took. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! You look stupid! 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 L! 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 You look stupid! Bitch!
I was an undergraduate at a place called Harvard. I then went to graduate school for a while at Stanford in California, and I finished and got my PhD in economics at Yale University. So
I haven't even read Michael Hudson yet. I just sent an email to Zizek today. I gotta read Michael Hudson before I invite him on. I'm gonna read the guy. I'm actually gonna read his book. I need to find time to read his book. Super important. I'm gonna read it. Trust me.
like a poster boy for elite education here in the United States. I spent 10 years of my life in the undergraduate and graduate learning program, 10 contiguous years. That's 20 semesters, 2 semesters per year. During that time, in 19 out of the 20 semesters, I was not assigned to read one word critical of capitalism. 19 of those semesters were studies in celebrating how efficient capitalism was, how beautifully organized, how equitable, I kid you not, even though we lived in a society.
It's like, shut up, dude.
Where difference of income and wealth and power were obvious. We were constantly told, no, this is the best system the human mind has been able to develop. In one semester, one professor in Stanford, California, did give us a little bit of a critical perspective. And I was grateful to him for doing that. But it gives you an idea of how lopsided it was. And I hasten to add, my teachers were good teachers. It wasn't that. They were terrified. It was a disaster for them personally. Their careers would be badly affected if they were knowledgeable about, if they talked about. Even if they weren't supportive of a critical perspective, the very decision to put such things on a reading list would make others suspicious, question them. It was really a time, even in the best universities, of an intellectual conformity that is now hampering here in the United States any reasonable ability to deal with the crises that we face because nobody was trained to think about, to analyze when capitalism breaks down, which it is now doing.
So tell us about this diagnostic, this critical perspective. What exactly of the system here needs to be outlined as a failure, or what exactly did you see was going wrong with capitalism such that you developed this critical perspective in the first place?
Good.
No, hey Jab, you gotta get more words in than that. The fuck?
Let me go backwards in time. Let me mention the 2 big failures that are now rapidly, and I mean that, and more so than at any point in my life, and you can see from my hair that I'm not a young man. I've been here a long time. I'm born in the United States. I've lived all my life in the United States. I can assure you that the criticism, the critical attitude towards capitalism is greater right now as I'm speaking to you in the United States than at any point in the history of this country as so far as I have lived here. It's extraordinary. And the 2 things that are right now fueling this criticism are the failure to anticipate or to prepare for or to manage the economic crash of capitalism, which begins in February of this year. Extraordinary, producing tens of millions of unemployed people at this moment. Over 60 million, that's a third of our labor force, has had to apply for unemployment compensation at some point over the last 8 or 9 months, with millions of them unemployed for the whole period of time. That is spectacular as a crisis. It makes this system as poorly functioning as the last time something like this happened, which was the Great Depression of the 1930s. The second thing right now shaping anti-capitalism is the failure of the United States' kind of capitalism to prepare for or to manage the COVID-19 pandemic. We just crossed 300,000 dead Americans. To give you a perspective, this pandemic, in less than a year, has killed more people than Americans died in World War II. In other words, this crisis of public health is a more devastating impact on this country than any war it has fought since the Civil War, which was in 1860, to give you an idea. But even before the crisis of today, of this year, there were 2 things about capitalism, at least here in the United States, that began to develop a critical movement and momentum. And it's very easy to describe. The first one, and probably the most important, is inequality. In other words, the gap, the difference between the richest at the top and the mass of people. The United States, you need to see it historically, celebrated
the only reason, okay, here's what's going on here. I'm speeding up Richard Wolff because I'm already a Marxist, right? And most of us here are probably already Marxist. And other people would probably be more interested in this because they haven't heard this before, right? But we've heard all of this before. We know what he's saying, all right? We're more interested in hearing about what he has to say because that's what we're not familiar with, right?
At least in the 20th century after the Great Depression, there was a compression of inequality. To give you an example, extreme inequality in the 1920s, but with the crash in 1929, in the 1930s, there was a massive movement from below. The Congress of Industrial Organizations was the greatest unionization movement in American history. In the 1930s, roughly from 1932 to 1938, roughly, more people joined labor unions in America than had ever done it before. and more joined than had ever done it since. It is the high point of millions of Americans who had never been in a labor union before, deciding that with the collapse of capitalism in the 1930s, their best chance as individuals, as families, as regions, as communities, was to join labor unions. It was fantastic. At the same time, there were even more radicalized people who joined two different socialist parties and a communist party, and the two socialist parties and the communist party and the CIO, the labor movement, all worked together. And they went to the president of the United States at that time, Franklin Roosevelt by name, and they said to him, by the way, a centrist Democrat, rather like Joseph Biden in terms of his politics. And they went to him and they basically said to him a straightforward story. We represent 30, 40 million people. We have organized them into unions, into political parties. And we're telling you, Mr. President, very politely, we're telling you, you have to help the mass of people in this country get through this crash of capitalism. If you do, we will make you a hero. And if you don't, we will throw you out of office. And Mr. Roosevelt was a smart politician. He understood that this coalition was called in those days the New Deal coalition in the United States. Unions, socialists, and communists could deliver on their threat. It was not an empty threat. And so he said to them, okay, we'll make a deal. I will do for you and the mass of people what has never been done by a president in this country. But in return, I don't want to hear any more about revolution, socialism, none of that. That's the deal. And that deal was accepted. And over the next few years, the middle of the 1930s, here's what was done. And remember, it's a crisis with millions of...
But I want them to clash. I want them to clash. That's the issue.
Unemployed. The government is bankrupt because the unemployed don't pay taxes. Businesses have collapsed. In the midst of all of that, the government created Social Security, a pension program for every American. When you reach age 65, the government gives you a check every month for the rest of your life. That was created in the middle of the Depression. Number two, the first unemployment compensation system at the federal level. If you lose your job, and by the way, at that time there were tens of millions without work. If you lose your job, the government will give you a check for 1/2 year or more, simply because you are unemployed every week. Number three, the first minimum wage, so that employers could not pay below a living wage that would allow people to have a minimum decent life. And number four, a federal jobs program. And here's what the president said. If the private capitalist sector either cannot or will not employ millions of Americans who only ask for a job, then I, as president, said Roosevelt, I will. And between 1934 and 1940, the federal government hired 15 million unemployed people and gave them a decent wage. And if you ask, as you should, where did the money come to pay for all of this? Here's the answer. Roosevelt, the Democratic Party, in power, taxed corporations and the rich heavily, and also required loans from them to the government to pay for all of this. So let me underscore it, because in every part of the world, this needs to be understood. In the 1930s, a massive program to help the poor, to help the middle class survive and grow, have jobs, have incomes, keep their homes, all of it was done by the president, was paid for by the corporations and the rich. They weren't happy about it, but they had to do it. And the reward that Mr. Roosevelt got was he was reelected 3 times. No other president in history of this country ever achieved that. Not before Mr. Roosevelt, and not since. Wow. The lesson here, the politician who does for the mass of people more than any other president is also the most popular president this country had. And that is part of the consciousness, even if you don't hear that story told. Well, what this did was for the rest of the 20th century make American capitalism, US capitalism, much less unequal than, for example, British or French or German or Italian capitalism. And the capitalists tried to make something good out of what was forced on them. So we began to celebrate when I went to school, isn't capitalism wonderful because we have a vast middle class? Yeah, the irony is the vast middle class was created by labor unions, socialists, and communists in the middle of the Great Depression. It wasn't a gift of capitalism. It was forced.
Bro, are they going to debate?
On capitalists from below. But nonetheless, that was the ideology. Capitalism makes us all wealthy, or at least middle class, comfortable, our own home, our own automobile, all of that. And when you do that in a society, and you do it for decades, as we did roughly from the 1940s right to the present, if then you change that, if suddenly you take away from the middle class what they won in the 1930s, when you recreate the pre-1929 inequality of the United States.
I'm looking at the video and it's like Richard Wolff is talking and Hijab talks for a little bit, then no, he barely talks, dude. I'm looking at look how much Richard Wolff is moving around here. Fuck.
States, which is what we've done in the last 25 years. You produce rage, anger, bitterness, as the mass of people find themselves further and further behind the mythology, the so-called American dream.
Oh, he's very, very good at. He's good at what he does. Don't get me wrong about this. He's brilliant at what he does. It's just I've heard it before, you know. So I just want to hear what he has to say about it. That's what I'm more interested in.
The middle class life. That's not true for the mass of people. And they're watching that situation get worse and worse, worse for them, worse even for the prospects for their children. And that inequality in our history is making people question the whole system in a way, as I said, I have never seen before. The second, and there's only two, the second quality of capitalism that is now working together with this inequality to provoke system criticism is what I would call instability. Wherever capitalism has settled for the last 300 years, all over the world, you have an economic downturn on average every 4 to 7 years. that's an average. So sometimes it takes longer, sometimes it takes less. But on average, every 4 to 7 years, here's what happens. Suddenly, sizable numbers of people lose their jobs. Their skills haven't gone away. The importance of what they do hasn't gone away. The needs of the society for labor and its products hasn't gone away. But your job went away, and with it, your income. Businesses have to cut back, or they go out of business. We have many words because this is so common. Recession, depression, bust, crisis, downturn, collapse, crash. I mean, lots of words, because it is so ever present. It means that your lifetime, you and I, being normally whatever it is, 50 to 80 years, we're going to experience quite a few of these, which are going to interrupt our families, our relationships, our educations, our jobs, our regional locations. It's extremely disruptive, especially when the downturns are deep and long-lasting, which the 1930s was and which today's is. You put together the instability of this system and the inequality it is generating, and you have two fundamental flaws of a system that make people ask the logical question. If this system is so unstable and produces such inequality...
Wait, can I cover Alex Jones on Twitch? Because Alex Jones, I'm looking at a video that says, Alex Jones supports reparations from Bill Gates. And based alert? Can I actually show that? Don't do it, sounds risky. Is Andrew Schultz banned on Twitch? Andrew Schultz, Twitch. Does sound risky? No, you will get in trouble? Fuck. Looks like the Twitch channel. Well, he is on Twitch. Pretty sure. No, he's not. Get banned? You've done it before, Hassan watches him. He said he supports reparations from Bill Gates, which is based.
If on top of it, it is incapable of handling the preservation of public health in the face of a virus.
Major Taylor Greene met with Farrakhan? What? Marjorie Taylor Greene, Farrakhan. No way.
Yeah.
Well, then, why don't we consider another system?
I think that's a good question, and I think a lot of people will agree with large parts of your diagnostic there. I mean, here's what I've understood from what you said. You've obviously used the example of the Wall Street crash and the subsequent Great Depression in the 30s as like the prime example of how this system malfunctions, both in terms of stability and in terms of inequality. And I think a lot of people will think, well, this is, like you said, this boom and bust is a feature of capitalism and always has been a feature of capitalism. But many people will also say, well, the alternative, which maybe you may be alluding to, if we're talking about an alternative,
thank you, Farrakhan,
which is in many ways antithetical to the capitalistic system, things like communism, Marxism, or strong forms of socialism. Right. Those systems themselves have their own problems, if you like. They have their own issues. For example, if we were to assume, I'm not saying that this is your view, because I'm not sure exactly what your view is on this, right. But if we were to assume that the government is going to now possess or take all the means of production for itself and now distribute in an egalitarian type of way the means of production, and thus people will not have property rights or they will not have employment rights and so on and so forth, then the issues that commonly asked, or the questions that are commonly asked with this type of system, will be pronounced. Things like, where is meritocracy in this kind of system? Or meritocracy would be something which is much de-emphasized in this kind of system. A lazy person, if you want to put it in colloquial terms, can be rewarded for his laziness or her laziness. It could be the case also that you have a transition to a kind of authoritarian system, because now the government has all this means of production, and many would use, I'm not saying this is the reason, but many would use the examples of Lenin and Stalin and Mao and so on and so forth as examples of where the opposite, which is communist or Marxist kinds of systems, would also go wrong. So having said that, in terms of your diagnostic with capitalism, what makes you confident about, and if you are indeed confident about this, what makes you confident that a socialist or a Marxist system or some kind of left-leaning fiscally economic system would be better than, or not even better than, would be the solution?
Well, it's a very, it's in what we call in this country the $64,000 question. Yeah. It's the question that's from a television show that asks
who wants to be a millionaire. Yeah,
people money. Mm-hmm. It's a very important question. I'm glad you asked it. Let me respond if I can
Yes.
But before I do, about meritocracy, as I mentioned to you, I am the product of the most elite schools this country has. And I have benefited personally throughout my life from that fact. Because I'm a critic of capitalism, because I do admit and I don't run away from having learned an enormous amount from the Marxist tradition of criticism of capitalism. And since I don't shy away from that, I've had to have problems in my life because of my political perspective. And whenever I've waived my pedigree, having gone to the right universities, and usually the folks back away because they are intimidated by the pedigree and they leave me alone, which is part of why I've been a professor in American universities. I'm on television literally every day now, et cetera, et cetera. Why do I tell you this? Because meritocracy is a wonderful idea. I'm sure it would be interesting to live in a society that works that way. But I can assure you that the United States is not, was not, and is nowhere near being such a place. And if you think it is, then I take my hat off to the public relations people for having persuaded folks of such a thing. I was surrounded at all of these institutions by young men and women, some of whom were and still are my personal friends. But merit is not what they had. They had parents with money who got them into the right school at the right time, who've carried them all their lives. It's been a source of support for them, which they've appreciated, but it's also been a condemnation to ambivalence about learning, about human relationships. And I know this all from very close observation with these folks. Most of those of us who were quote unquote successful in these universities came from less well-off families who were able to get their kids, like me, my parents had no money at all, into these institutions at the various moments when they were open to people who had some intellectual interests. But no, in this country, the honest statement is where you end up in life is not dependent on what you know, it's dependent on who you know, and that is well understood. I don't know what a government-run system's arrangements would be. My assumption, not that different, but in any case, meritocracy is a wonderful idea. I wish somebody would actually try to set that up. But we haven't managed that.
So you've kind of alluded to this. I probably agree with you on those comments, or at least a large part of them. But the point I'm making here is that if you did have a communist system, meritocracy or the idea of merit,
it's so hard. So hard. Like, how do you begin from this type of Islam to Lenin, Stalin, and Mao? How do you do that? That is quite peculiar.
No, I understand. Let me get to that.
I've done it too. It's just like, how do you simplify that?
Here's the way I would answer. Yes, I am part of the left. I am part of the socialist, communist, Marxist, whatever you want to call it, left that's critical of capitalism. But I'm also a product of the last century. I have seen what happened in the Soviet Union or China or Vietnam or Cuba or any of the other societies that have tried in one way or another to depart from the capitalism that I grew up in and that I know best, which is what we tend to call private capitalism, in the sense that the largest part of the economy is privately owned and operated capitalist enterprises. Now, from my learning, I know that from the beginning of...
I'm not the one who banned you, so I don't know why you were banned.
Certainly of Marxism. Marx dies in 1883, so for the last 150 years since he passed on, there's been a tradition of using his thinking to criticize capitalism, and then once the Soviet Union revolution happens, to try to install it. And I know, and I hope you do, that there have been long, deep, bitter disagreements, debates, alternatives within the Marxian tradition as to what the words he wrote meant, what the critique should be, what the alternative might look like.
What did I ban you for? I would appreciate a chance to debate you sometime. Sure, get in the Discord and go and come on show requests, and I will debate you.
There isn't the socialist response. There never was. There are socialist responses. And one of the things folks like me, and boy, am I not alone here, one of the things we've learned is that the alternative to the capitalism we are critics of is not to have the state come in and do it. It is not to have the state take over industry, for example. Neither by regulation, sort of the European social democratic system, nor the Soviet or Chinese type, where the government.
Why not?
It's not true anymore in China, but it was for a while, that the government literally displaces the private capitalist and runs the businesses itself. We see that didn't do what our criticism of capitalism aims at achieving. What it did do, and that's a whole nother discussion.
Why should communism and Islam be incompatible? Why would they be incompatible? That's the issue. That's the issue, honestly. The real issue is they're not incompatible. A lot of Muslims are scared of the word communism and Marxism and socialism because it seems like it's a different thing. But it's harmonious with Islam. The communists and Marxists and socialists, they didn't know about Islam. They had no idea about, That's interesting.
Discussion is it replaced the private employer with the government as the ultimate employer. And that's interesting. That's a shift in our view from a private capital.
Because Islam is stronger than all ism. I agree that it's stronger than any ism but that's why they're not incompatible, right? You can be a communist and participate in communism, still be a Muslim. Muslims covering ground that communism isn't. Islam addresses an aspect of your reality that Marxism and communism by themselves do not. But also don't make assumptions about what Marxism or communism is. What if communism and Marxism is part of Islam, right? You don't even know what you're critiquing here. It's economics that stems from tradition. I don't buy that.
To a state-run capitalism, because for us, and here Marx is crucial, the key thing about capitalism is the relationship between the two players in this system, the employer and the employee. In capitalism, it's the employer who has all the power, makes all the key decisions about every enterprise.
It has its own economic system according to the Surah. And what is that economic system? Does it talk about how you industrialize countries? Does it talk about the parcelization and distribution of land? Does it talk about, structural reforms and dealing with oligarchs? Does it talk about those type of things? Does it talk about the source of value in society, how value is produced? It talks about all those things? I doubt it. I think there were stipulations and provisions that, for example, you have to pay zakat, the rich have to give to the things like that, which I understand, but I don't think there's a specific Islamic economic system. I don't think there's such a thing. And if you study the history of Islamic societies, they abided by the, prescriptions of the Holy Book pertaining to matters of usury and things like that, but they had very different systems, right?
Every factory, every store, every office. A tiny group of people, the owner, the board of directors, the major shareholders, whatever they are, tiny group of people make the decisions for the vast majority, the employees, and that's how the system works. For us, that's the problem. And that's not solved if you get rid of the private citizen in the employer position and substitute for that a public official in the employer position, which is largely what the Soviet Union, for example, did.
I don't agree with Richard Wolff here, with all respect. I don't agree with that.
Our view is that the problem is that relationship, the employer-employee relationship, and that what needs to be done and what socialism means for us in the 21st century is the radical transformation of the enterprise so that it becomes not a hierarchical employer-employee structure, but instead a democratic community in which all the players, whatever their function in the division of labor within the enterprise, one person, one vote, they decide.
What a lot of Salafis believe.
With debate.
Hold on, very quickly, I want to see what Alex Jones said. We're going to return back to this. Just going to make sure there's no TOS anywhere. be found. I'll make sure we're all good here. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be quick.
Alex, how do you feel about reparations?
No, we should be fine, actually. Talk to some people.
Oh shit.
Let me raise the fucking volume. This is.
You know, you can say, like, here's the problem. 2% of people in America had family that was alive when black people were slaves in America. So it becomes like a corporate thing, like, get us all fighting with each other. I'm for reparations for everybody when it's all corporate tyranny and manipulation of digits and things. So here's the deal. If we could pay reparations once and get it done and stop racial division, I'll be all for it. But they're not trying to end racial division. They're trying to intensify racial division. So there's unlimited money. So great, okay, give everybody that.
Wait, are people who said he was a white supremacist? That's not something a white supremacist would say. What the fuck?
Has family they can prove was a slave in the United States, $1 million. I'd say it's all digital. Give them the money. It'll just go back in the economy. But they don't do it. It's not going to do that because they're not doing it to end stuff. They're doing it to keep the problem going. So there's unlimited money. Shit. I mean, we can build. Here's the thing about humans.
Dude, he's a communist. Alex Jones is a communist. He just doesn't even know it. He is a communist, dude.
You think we just build aircraft carriers and nuclear reactors? We can do anything now. Yeah. So they want to make it about, oh, what are we going to give you? Oh, we're this group. We're going to give you something because you got fucked over. That group trying to give you something wants to run you. So I'm just saying, give everybody I'm telling you, it's unlimited, man. Humans can do anything.
So this is interesting. Like, what about the idea, and this is why I'm actually really sorry. Black people are very conspiratorial. And they
my biggest listeners.
But they should be. Wait, they're your biggest listeners?
Yeah, overall, if you look at any demographic, about a third of our audience is African American.
Seriously?
And then only like 15% of that. Yeah.
But that makes sense to me because if you look at like who the victims of government
Listen to my callers,
conspiracy
just like,
are,
you know,
black people, right? Yeah. Like you even brought it up. I think I was listening to you on a podcast. You were talking about the Tuskegee experiment.
Yeah.
But like, so black people are very skeptical not only of vaccines, but of government in general because they've been on the shit end of.
Yeah, and it's not some virtuous thing like, I'm against you being tested on. Dude, whatever they do to anybody, they're going to get to me. Man.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm wondering is like the reparations thing. What's interesting to me is as payback for the treatment post-slavery.
I feel like Alex Jones legit has love for people. You know what I mean? Like, whereas a lot of lefties who claim to support black people, they don't really have love for black people. You know what I mean?
Right? Like the red line.
Yeah, that's almost worse.
Like you could argue that that's stifled
if
economic
the reparations
growth more.
didn't come from regular people, how about from Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan?
Talk to
like
me.
Like if they said, oh, Bank of England, we're going to pay black people back, I'd be all for it. But like some average dude.
What did they just
imagine being some
back?
white dude that like works at a restaurant. He can barely pay his bill. He's divorced. He's got to pay the state this money for.
Now he's got to increase taxes so he could pay back somebody else. He's going to be pissed off.
And he's hearing like, I'm going to give black people money. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
But if you.
Dude, he sounds like a wise communist strategist going about like, how are you going to get out the optics for reparations? And he's doing a good job.
You said, hey, IBM, you ran the Nazis. You're going to pay money.
I don't think that
How about
poor white
IBM?
Hey,
guy would be upset.
Dude.
I don't think that poor white guy would be upset at all. They'd be like, yeah,
No, I
pay
agree.
them motherfuckers.
So
Yeah.
if we
Jews on board.
It got big because of us. IBM in the Holocaust. You were right about that.
Yeah, so hit who did it.
Tell them, Truffle.
If people are like, hit who did it, but the media's like, oh, we're going to make some white dude like is a lifeguard pay money. That person's like, fuck this.
No, I think love is different than care about it. I think love's the most powerful thing in the world, and it's like it's a type of thing that I just can't really describe.
I'm trying to make
You can love the people, but it's not really personal, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
a racist. But if you actually hit no, seriously, some dude that works at a jewelry store or a guy that works at an auto parts store, they're like, I'm white, so I got to pay some things.
Listen, guys, don't be scared of this word communism, Marxism, socialism. Those things were about real injustices and real struggles. Like, you have to it wasn't about just trying to force some shit on reality. It was about some real shit, you know?
They're like, fuck that. I'm not
no, but
paying
if
it.
you actually hit the companies that did it,
that profited
I'm all
off
for
of
it.
And that actually increases racial division if you do. Because the white guy that's like mechanic is like, I got to pay black people money.
Exactly.
I do fucking
Yeah, and the
fuck
lifeguard,
that,
he's
fuck
already
them,
saving
blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah.
he's like fixing some black lady's car, and he's there like he's fucking this black lady over. But meanwhile, IBM and Bill Gates and the globals did it. Make them pay.
That's a great
I'm all
idea.
for it.
So reparations should be paid by the people that profited off of the enslavement of black people or the
Fully on board with that.
I said
that's
kill
an
'em.
interesting.
Okay, we're entering territory. Yeah, we cannot. There we go. We're ending it there.
Discussion and majority rule what to produce, what technology to use, where to carry out the production, and what to do with the profits that all of them together have helped to produce.
Yeah.
The democratization of the enterprise structure internal is what we think.
It's like when you get to those kind of moments, that's when you just kind of leave and yeah, you're done.
The future holds as a solution to both the problems of private capitalism, with which we began our conversation
Have you watched the Dugan interview? Yes, I did, and it was super based.
today, and the problems of the state capitalism that were the efforts of the last century to go beyond capitalism. I believe those efforts are now exhausted. We learned
Dad won his university elections in Pakistan running for the Communist Party based.
much was accomplished, many terrible mistakes were
Zerka left the Alex Jones stream up all night when he slept. Which stream?
made. We're ready for the next phase.
Right. So let me tell you, I'll put my cards on the table as where I kind of where my position is. So obviously, I come from the Islamic tradition, and actually, Islam does have discussions on economics, and obviously, zakat is one of the pillars of Islam.
Right.
But in terms of where we stand on this discussion, or where I stand, and maybe many will agree, is so the capitalism we don't agree with it, but we also don't agree with communism. And so the reason why is because in terms of capitalism, you've talked about the inequality problem, and you've talked about the instability problem. For us, I really don't think that there is a push towards an equality of outcome from the Islamic perspective. In other words,
Yeah, but there also isn't in communism, right? Communism was just about an alternative path to modernity, right? And this dude is gonna play up a big game talking, but I'm gonna give you the truth about what's going on with the Muslim countries. And that's why I would call this guy a utopian socialist, actually, because let's get down to the meat and potatoes and follow the money trail, okay? You look at the Muslim countries today, and they do not have economic independence. They are reliant upon Western capital and Western economic institutions, so they are not able to actually do what the communists were able to do, which was create an alternative and independent source of capital and economic power than the West. Now, there are exceptions in the Islamic world. There's Iran, right? But that's polarizing because they're Shia. And it's just Iran, right? Maybe Syria, but that's also controversial because it's aligned with the Fertile Crescent. Other than that, and then Libya previously, actually. Yes, that's actually true. To an extent, yes, that is true. Beyond those three examples, I don't know how far in the past we can go, right? You had the Arab socialism with Nasser, but that was secular. Syria is also secular. Libya was not extremely secular, but now you did have Iraq under Saddam Hussein, which stopped being secular later on in the course of his reign. So I suppose that was an example of trying to build an independent economic base, but you really have to understand what communism's actually about. You're either with the British Empire or you're with communism. It's a matter of whether you can be independent in the first place. How does Heidegger relate to the Muslim world? He's very, very popular in the Muslim world.
and the reason why we have this judgment, or at least I have this judgment, is because of a well-known saying of the Prophet. So basically, some people came to the Prophet Muhammad and they asked him, some people were raising the prices in a market. Okay, so so they asked him to basically lower the prices, in which he responded. He said that God is the one who sets the prices. In other words, I'm not going to get myself involved in setting, lowering, and increasing prices. So because
what? Where is it written that you can't have any intervention and manipulation of prices? Hold on, what the fuck? Let me roll that back.
Some people were raising the prices in a market. Okay, so we have this judgment, or at least I have this judgment, is because of well-known saying of the Prophet. So basically, some people came to the Prophet Muhammad and they asked him, some people were raising the prices in a market. Okay, so so they asked him to basically lower the prices, in which he responded. He said that God is the one who sets the prices. In other words, I'm not going to get myself involved in setting, lowering, and increasing prices. So because that's not really, it's not my position. And so from
Yeah, I get that, but you have to distill the wisdom of that with a hermeneutic, and you can't dogmatically apply that to economies in the modern age when the currency and prices are very heavily entwined with the business and goings of governance, right? We don't have a bunch of market stands and vendors, because let me tell you what, if the Prophet were to have gone to these market stands and told these people, hey, you have to raise or lower the price, he would be engaging in an act of unjust coercion, right? So there's a wisdom in that saying, but it doesn't have to result in, this.
that, there seems to be like a free market kind of understanding from that, obviously demand and supply based, but at the same time there's a redistribution understanding as well, because of zakat, and there's 8 recipients of zakat, or 8 categories of recipients. Of them is of the people who basically don't have money, or the faqir, or the one who is impoverished, or those who don't have enough to fulfill their basic needs and so on. But it would seem to me that from this perspective, the economic inequality factor, although is something which is not necessarily desirable, is not something which is seen as immoral from the Islamic perspective, so long as the basic needs of that individual is being met. And in fact, there is a verse in the Quran.
That's also the communist view. We don't say all inequality is bad. I think there's a big misunderstanding here.
To that effect, which says, وَجَعَلْنَا بَعْضَكُمْ لِبَعْضٍ فَوْقَ بَعْضٍ دَرَجَاتٍ.
In communism, there's a spirit of equality, but that's also true in Islam, right? The way, for example, Stalin, he would sleep on what are those shitty beds called? Those. He would sleep. He was a very modest person, very simple person,
يَتَّخِذْ بَعْضُكُمْ بَعْضًا سِخْرِيًّا. That we have actually allowed some
cot. Yeah, he would sleep on a cot. Yeah, and both Stalin and Mao were pretty modest people.
Of you to
now listen, I'm not that modest. See, here's the thing, right? I'm an extravagant whatever asshole. Not in terms of how I spend my money so much, but like I'm a braggart, all that kind of shit. But that's because I'm an entertainer. I'm doing a media company, right? I'm not a political leader. A leader of a political party should never act like I do. A leader of a political party has to be like a very mature sage and a very stoic and ascetic type of sage that you are not. You're not doing the shit I'm doing, right? Like for example, if I was the leader of a political party and you're hearing about me, piping, going traveling and talking to a bunch of e-girls and shit, like that's very inappropriate, right? That's very inappropriate for a political leader. That's horrible, right? But I'm just a Twitch streamer.
Exceed others in levels, and so you can use that they can use other people for employment purposes. You can even, I'm not sure employment would be the right kind of translation, but you could.
Islamic this form of Islam is a form of utopian socialism, 100%.
They can use them for their own advantage, which seems to me to be exactly against what Marx would say, because obviously surplus value, the idea that that the employer-employee relationship is an exploitative one at its core, basically.
No, that's not the point of Marx's view.
This is my understanding of Marxism, that when you have this hierarchy, the employer-employee relationship, then there's an exploitation going on by necessity, almost, because there's a surplus value. And so
no,
Marxism for me seems to say
absolutely not. No, there's much more wealth to it. I would love to hear an authentic Islamic perspective on Capital, Marx's book Capital, because there is an Islamic word that can be brought in, right? Capitals is a very metaphysically heavy book that's dealing with the nature between form and content, price and value, the real source of actual value in society, the nature of the relationship between the two. And there could be a very interesting Islamic perspective on that. Unfortunately, you would have to, that's like Islamic golden age level, right? That's not, you're not going to get that from an ideologist.
Well, what we need to do is we need to kind of abolish this so that the hierarchy is eliminated. And it seems to be the assumption from what I'm hearing from you.
No, that's not true.
Is that the inequality is a bad thing in all cases. And so even when it comes to equality of outcome, we want to achieve equality of outcome. Whereas what it seems to me from the reading of my tradition is that equality of outcome is not a desirable objective. And in fact,
the equality of outcome has nothing to do with Marxism. Absolutely nothing.
The burden of proof would be upon the one who's making the claim. So in other words, if someone says,
a big mistake Muslims make is knocking on an open door. They have a really negative view of communism and a very negative view of Marxism and socialism because they're knocking on an open door, right? They're assuming that because communists are not Muslims, that they're against Islam. Well, there's room for Islam and communism, and you should be the one to introduce that. There is room for Islam and communism. It's just that it hasn't happened because there hasn't been a lot of involvement there, right?
equality of outcome
Don't knock on an open door.
is a desirable objective, that everyone should have the same kind of money or the same kind of resources, and they shouldn't be this kind of hierarchical structure of employee-employee.
Don't assume Lenin and Mao and Stalin have an issue with Islam. They just didn't know. They didn't concern themselves with Islam. They were too busy with other things,
And that is an exploitative one at its core. Then the person who's making this claim, it seems to be a very epistemologically heavy claim with many assumptions, would have to prove in the first instance that that it is undesirable, that is exploitation, an objectively true exploitation.
Wasn't Stalin kind of interested in Islam? Yeah, sure he was. He was curious, but he was a very busy man and he did not concern himself too much with it. But he respected Islam and he respected Muslims. He told Enver Hoxha, he said, hey, cool it with your anti-religious stuff because Muslims have been this way for over 1,000 years or hundreds of years. This is their tradition. This is their way. And the traditions of the people, this is his quote, must be respected. The religious feelings of the people must be respected. What did Stalin say to Hoxha? Stalin to Hoxha, Muslim, offended. Yeah. See, who have the same religion as Turks, your ancestors existed before the Romans and Turks. Religion, this is what Stalin said. Religion has nothing to do with nationality and statehood. The questions of religious beliefs must be kept well in mind, must be handled with great care, because the religious feelings of the people must not be offended. These feelings have been cultivated in the people for many centuries, and great patience is called for on this question, because the stand toward it is important for the compactness and unity of the people. There you go. He said religion has nothing to do with nationality and state. You know what that means? You're building a communist state, you're building a communist nation. You don't got to attack religion. It's got nothing to do with that. It's got nothing to do with that. It's not a threat,
number one. And number two, that it would be desirable to have equality of outcome. So that it would seem, before we can get to the point of saying inequality is a bad thing, which seems to be like a very general wide thing to say, two problems would have to be solved. One of them is, how do you know, or how can you prove that equality of outcome when it comes to economics is a good thing? And how can you prove that the employer-employee relationship, or surplus value, whatever you want to call it, is in fact an exploitative thing at all, if from an objective kind of perspective?
Sure. Let me respond, which I think I can. First, a couple of points.
Yeah, I read Lenin's letter to the Muslims. I read it at a very young age. I read it in middle school, actually. And I was so surprised of how conciliatory Lenin was. I read his letter to the Muslims. Let me read it again. And I was like, shit, you know? When he started talking about the greedy robbers of Europe, and that, I was like, what? What is he talking about?
We may disagree.
Yeah.
Notice that I tried to stress that there are different interpretations of socialism and Marxism, and as with all, great traditions of thinking, there are disagreements and varieties of interpretation.
Yeah.
From the little bit I know about Islam, it's true of that tradition too, that there are differing perspectives on how to read the Quran, how to interpret it, and how to understand the writings and contributions of great thinkers in the Islamic tradition, et cetera, et cetera. And I would guess that some of them are probably closer and some of them are further from the perspective within Marxism that I've tried to argue, number one. Number two, my apologies for the telephone, but it's... okay, number one. Number two, let's be clear. I did not advocate some kind of blanket equality, neither of, quote, opportunity, nor, quote, out.
The anti-religious campaigns in the early USSR, Dugin talks about how they perfectly fit within the Orthodox tradition of iconoclasm, destruction and rebirth of religion anew.
Outcome. That's not the issue. The issue would be, if I make myself clear, is that, for example, in an enterprise run democratically, one of the decisions that would be made democratically is what range of difference among the people in an enterprise, including difference in income or wage or salary or whatever words you want, would be appropriate. That is a socially determined and should be democratically determined range of difference. But there is no presumption, or none is needed in the argument I'm making, that they would decide. They might, but there's no presumption that they would have to decide that everybody gets the same. That's usually been, I'm not saying you did this, but usually that kind of image has been used as a bit of a caricature in order to criticize the position. That's not necessary. But let me give you an example of why this idea is important. Over the last 8 months here in the United States, as I said, 300,000 people have died of the COVID-19, and 60 million, a third of our labor force, has had to go into unemployment, during which whatever savings they had were used up, during which they leaned on their family and relatives and friends and neighbors for help at a time when the friends and neighbors weren't able to help them or couldn't do much. And so we've had a massive diminution in the standard of living.
This light makes me so tired.
Of at least half our population. At the same time, I'm going to give you one example. Jeffrey Bezos, the owner and CEO
Jeffrey
of
Bezos.
the just escapes me right now, Amazon Corporation. I assume you know what that is. His personal fortune.
Yeah, it purged the church of the corrupt. That church was very corrupt at that time.
Went from roughly $130 billion to over $200 billion.
Right.
If we took away...
Yeah, there was an antagonism between like these people coming down from the cities with these anti-religious campaigns, and there was peasant resistance to it and ambivalence to it, right? There was a tension there. But you have to ask, which side was Stalin on when it came to that tension? And it became, he had to appear neutral most of the time, But it became very clear that he was on the side of the peasants, on the side of the people. You know, as you can see in our Stalin video, he was on their side, looking out for them the whole time.
Way, $180 billion.
Okay, we're done with this video. How would you describe your materialism to a Muslim? I would say it's about essence. I'm gonna go to the gym, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow either. Today's stream, very low viewers. Very low viewers today. Very low viewers. Very low viewers. Very low. Very low. But whatever. I'm tired, it's it. Bye, guys.